you bust my head and I look for joy.
Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning, Excellencies. Please take your seat. We are now about to start. Thank you so much.
Back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now, yeah.
morning. His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary of Kenya and the Foreign and the Diaspora Affairs of Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Dr. Warkana Gabayo, Executive Secretary of Igad, Ambassador Muhammad Blesh, representative of the African Union, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This Mediation Reflection Conference stands as a truly unique platform of its kind in our region, convening senior officials, eminent practitioners, distinguished scholars, and valued partners and thinkers who bring not only exceptional expertise, but a profound and shared commitment to advancing peace, strengthening cooperation, and shaping the future of mediation in our region and beyond. It is with great honor and privilege to have you here today, and truly appreciate for coming your time to participate in this important conference conducted in this beautiful city of Nairobi, the Republic of Kenya. Excellencies, we are especially privileged to be joined today by our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, we are deeply grateful for your presence. Excellencies, this conference comes at a critical moment, as reflected in our theme, Reimagining Mediation in a Fragmented World, the Challenges to Multilateral Leadership. We meet at a time when mediation itself is under considerable pressure. Over the next 2 days, our discussion will be structured in a deliberate and forward-looking manner. Day one, we will focus on reframing, diagnosis, and lessons, seeking to better understand the changing nature of conflict and toward for past mediation experiences, particularly within our region. Day two will focus on redesign and operationalization, exploring how mediation can be strengthened, how coherence can be restored, and how outcomes can be made more effective and sustainable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the participants gathered here have been selected with great care for their expertise, their insights, and their sustained engagement in mediation efforts. You represent a collective wealth of knowledge that is essential to shaping the future of mediation. This conference is therefore both a moment of reflection and a reaffirmation of that responsibility. Excellencies, distinguished participants, now I have the honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Warkana Gabayo, the Executive Secretary of Igad, to deliver his welcoming speech. Here is the floor.
Thank you very much, Director Siraj. Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, my brother, Ambassador Balaish, representing African Union. Also, I want to recognize a lot of friends, dignitaries, renowned personalities, and specifically I want to recognize the former Prime Minister of Republic of Sudan, Abdullah Hamdok, and also Martin, Pekka, and others who are here. I want to thank you for coming and be part of this very important meeting. We gather today at a moment of profound consequences, not only for our region, but for the very idea of peace mediation itself. This is not an ordinary moment in the world political dynamism, and it is not an ordinary gathering, this one. We met at a time when the foundation that once sustained mediation are under visible and growing strain. The world that made mediation possible, anchored in shared norms, functioning multilateralism, and a minimum level of trust among states is fragmenting before our eyes. We are not simply living through a period of crisis. We are living through in a very multiple challenges. An era in which mediation is no longer insulated from geopolitics, but shaped by it. An era of competing initiatives, fragmented authorities, and diminishing coherence. An era in which legitimacy is no longer assumed, but must be earned. At the same time, mediation is unfolding in an increasingly transactional environment. The space for principled, consensus-based engagement is narrowing, with short-term deal-making is gaining ground. And yet, precisely because of this, mediation has never been more necessary. Before I proceed further, allow me to express our profound appreciation to our host country. We are honored to convene this important gathering here in Nairobi, Kenya. I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President William Ruto, to his government and the people of Kenya for their unflinching and consistent commitment to peace and stability in the Horn of Africa. Kenya's role in advancing mediation and peaceful resolution in this region is both distinguished and enduring. Its leadership, political and material, has been indispensable to Igad work. We are equally blessed by the presence of our guest of honor, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadiv. Your Excellency, your diplomatic skill, your generosity toward Igad and the region, and your consistent service to the peace are deeply valued. It is therefore, thank you. It is therefore most fitting we are holding this reflection here in Nairobi, Kenya, in recognition of Kenya's leadership and commitment to peaceful resolution. Resolution only comes through peaceful negotiation. May I respectfully request that Your Excellency convey to His Excellency the President and to the people of Kenya the collective gratitude of all those gathered here and of Igad. For Igad, mediation is not optional. It is our most visible political responsibility. Our people do not measure us by what we have promised. They measure us by what we have delivered. So far, we have delivered, and as well as we have failed. By the wars that do not happen, by the conflict that do not escalate, and by the peace that becomes possible. Mediation is where the credibility of multilateralism is tested. And in our region, it is where history will judge us. The region, that is the Igad region, stands at the very critical moment, as the same as the world is. What we are witnessing is not a series of isolated crises, but the emergence of a system, a crisis as a system of conflict that is interconnected, regionalized, and deeply entangled with external dynamics. The boundaries between internal and externals have blurred. The lines between political conflict and geopolitical competition have all but disappeared. Wars today are fragmented, prolonged, and sustained by war economies. There is no longer a single center to negotiate with. What does mediation look like in the world without center? We are not starting from zero. Igad carries a profound legacy of mediation. These efforts succeeded because they were anchored in a legitimacy, guided by political clarity and supported by real coordination. But if our past gives us confidence, our present demands honesty and trust. But if our past gives us a confidence, let us think about the present and the future. As we have said, mediation today is under a very serious challenge. Now, we can bring a lot of examples how that challenge is going on. Too often it risks becoming a crisis management rather than a conflict resolution, because mediation is not a technical, mediation is a political, it's about power, and most importantly about legitimacy and trust. And ultimately, it is about building a shared future. We must confront a growing tensions that we are witnessing our region and beyond between principled mediation and transactional deal making. How do we end violence quickly without undermining sustainable peace? This is the central dilemma of our time. This is why this conference matters. We must reclaim mediation as a political strategy, resort multilateral coherence, and place people, not a process, at the center. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, we must also speak plainly about Sudan. 3 years into a devastating war, mediation has not stopped this carnage. Despite sustained efforts, the latest being the Berlin Conference, including by multilateral institutions together or alone, we have neither halted the fighting nor secured a credible political process for our brothers and sisters in Sudan. They are still bleeding. The people of Sudan, which was very generous, hosting before 3 years millions of refugees from the region, now they are themselves refugees. So this is a failure. This is a challenge that we are facing about the reality of mediation, and it must be acknowledged. Sudan is fast becoming an epicenter of deeper crisis, the erosion of mediation itself. If mediation cannot make a difference in Sudan, its credibility everywhere is at risk. Sudan is one of the biggest nations in our continent. So if we cannot help Sudan, if Sudan is not peaceful, how the region can be peaceful? How can we talk about mediation and collective responsibility? So, Your Excellencies, we must change this clearly. Mediation must become unified, politically anchored, and strategically coherent, or it will continue to outpace by the wars it seeks to resolve. The cost of failure is not abstract. We cannot normalize permanent war. We cannot accept fragmentation as a destiny. What the region requires is not management, but a resolution. It requires political courage, Your Excellencies, and strategic clarity. Let this be a moment of decision, a decision to restore mediation and reclaim trust, a decision to act with urgency and purpose. Mediation is what we can do. Mediation is what we must do better. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your insightful speech and visionary leadership. Now, I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Blish to give his remarks. Here is the floor, Excellency.
Good morning, everybody. Excellency Dr. Musa Dia, Foreign Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency Dr. Workney, Igad Executive Secretary. Excellencies, Ambassadors and Special Envoys, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation for holding this important meeting at this critical juncture in Sudan's history. I thank you, dear Dr. Workney, for this relevant initiative. The gathering of special envoys and those concerned with Sudanese affairs represents in itself a message of hope at a time when suffering has intensified, the war has spread, and the humanitarian and social burdens weighing heavily on the Sudanese people have worsened. The significance of this meeting lies in its symbolism, as it affirms that the African voice remains present and that the African will is capable of finding solutions to African problems, despite the horrors of war and the divisions and external complexities. The real challenge facing everyone today, both in Sudan and abroad, is how to bridge the disparate efforts and connect the paths that sometimes seem to run parallel and never intersect. Therefore, the presence of regional and international actors reflects an interest in supporting peace in Sudan, as well as a desire to coordinate efforts, bridge the gaps between different initiatives, and help formulate a more coherent approach. In this context, the principles relating to the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Sudan acquire central importance. These principles serve as a legal and moral safeguard against the danger of disintegration, division, and the imposition of a fait accompli. Therefore, any serious political process must begin with a clear rejection of any infringement upon the unity of Sudan. Within the framework, the African Union, in accordance with its responsibilities, will remain committed to our common quest for peace in Sudan and everywhere in the Horn of Africa. The African Union Commission guiding principles are: first, Sudanese ownership. African Union acts as facilitator, not imposer, ensuring Sudanese voice led the process. Two, inclusiveness. Women, youth, displaced populations, and refugees must be central at every stage. Three, coordination. African Union and Igad ensure regional and international efforts are harmonized. Four, accountability. no impunity for war crimes. Justice is integral to peace. The international community must anticipate resistance from spoliers, preparing mitigation strategies such diplomatic pressure, sanctions against non-compliant actors, strengthening partnership with regional powers to isolate spoliers. Despite the complexities of the crisis, it is not too late to rebuild trust among Sudanese people, nor is it too late to restore a unifying national identity that transcends polarization and the desire of dominance. Nations are not built solely through security and political arrangements, but also by emphasizing a shared destiny and restoring the value of the homeland and its common future. Let us all hold fast to this vision, and let us make today's meeting an important step on the difficult path, the path of restoring the state, stopping the war, building peace, preserving unity, defending the dignity of the African people, and moving from despair to restoring hope. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for those very important reflections. Now it is my honor to invite the guest of honor of today, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary of Kenya and the Foreign and the Diaspora Affairs Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency Abdallah Hamdok, former Prime Minister of Sudan, Dr. Gebeyu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Igad, Your Excellency Martin Griffith, former United Nations Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me first express Kenya's sincere appreciation to Igad and to His Excellency Dr. Wakne Gebeyu for convening this timely, forward-looking engagement here in Nairobi. I commend you and the Igad team for your continued leadership and commitment to advancing peace and security, an objective that equally remains one of the long-held pillars of Kenya's foreign policy. Additionally, I warmly acknowledge and applaud the distinguished leaders present with us today. All of you are very experienced diplomats, mediators. Your exemplary leadership and distinguished service in regional cooperation, political transition, and humanitarian diplomacy continue to greatly enrich our collective efforts for peace and stability. To the distinguished delegates and all participants, welcome to Nairobi. Your presence underlines our shared responsibility to strengthen dialogue, mediation, and African-led solutions to the conflicts that continue to affect our region. As a region today, we are currently confronted with a dual challenge to the mediation landscape in the Horn of Africa. First, protracted and mutating conflicts marked by fragmentation of actors are testing the limits of traditional approaches to peace processes. Secondly, rapidly shifting global dynamics and growing pressures on multilateralism are impacting the coherence, predictability, and the effectiveness of mediation efforts. Together, these realities underscore the need to rethink and adapt our approaches. We must therefore pursue more flexible and responsive mediation frameworks tailored to the specific context of our region. African ownership in addressing African conflicts remains essential in ensuring legitimacy, sustainability, and long-term success. Similarly, it is important to enhance coordination among regional and continental actors. Definitely, fragmentation and duplication undermine our collective efforts. Therefore, a more harmonized approach anchored on Igad's leadership will strengthen coherence and effectiveness in the Horn of Africa. We must also ensure that our mediation processes are inclusive. Evidently, sustainable peace cannot be effectively achieved without meaningful participation of women, youth, and local communities. To this end, Igad occupies a unique and strategic position. However, there is a clear need to further strengthen Igad as the primary regional mechanism for peace and security in the Horn of Africa. Accordingly, I wish to reiterate that member states must take primary responsibility for financing Igad programs in a predictable, adequate, and sustainable manner that enables the organization to effectively discharge its mandate. We value and welcome the support of international partners. However, such support should remain complementary and supplementary and not foundational. Ownership of Igad programs, including mediation, must also be reflected in resource commitment by members. While acknowledging with appreciation the contributions of external actors in regional peace initiatives, these efforts should be mainstreamed into Africa-led mechanisms. Safeguarding the integrity of Africa-led mediation requires ensuring that external engagements are aligned with and advances our collective objectives. The evident gap between peace agreements and their implementation remains challenging. Frequently, considerable effort is invested in reaching agreements only for implementation to falter, resulting in the recurrence of conflicts, often with greater intensity. We must therefore prioritize implementation by strengthening institutional support mechanisms. This conference provides a critical opportunity for us to reflect on lessons learned and to chart a practical and forward-looking agenda for mediation in our region. Kenya remains committed to supporting Igad in the pursuit of sustainable peace and security. I am confident that the insights of this conference will be consolidated into strategic directions for Igad. Certainly, the discussions will contribute to a more adaptive, inclusive, and results-oriented mediation framework, one that is grounded in African ownership and is responsive to the realities of our time. Mr. Secretary, let me just add 1 or 2 points and then I can step away from the podium. I happened to be present when the London conference on Sudan was held. First the Paris, and then Sudan, and then London, There was also one in Addis, I remember, at the sidelines of the summit. I was not able to make the Berlin one. But let me just give a small insight of the London one. After about 1.5 days of deliberation, it was more on the humanitarian aspects. But after 1.5 days of deliberation, that conference was unable to come up with a joint and agreed communique on Sudan. First of all, no players from Sudan were present. And this has been happening in all the meetings that take place. No joint communique came out. Why? Because inside the London meeting, external players could not agree. And I was shocked that on a matter of Sudan, and even just talking about the humanitarian effort, without naming the countries, we were faced with a situation where countries were saying, arguing over a text of a communique about humanitarian interventions, and they were busy calling their headquarters to actually decide whether there should be a comma or a full stop in a communique. So we left that meeting as a hung meeting. And I was shocked that it was not the Sudanese that had caused it to be hung, but actually external players are the ones that have caused an effort on humanitarian to be hung, the way you have a hung jury, undecided. So, what are we doing? I want to agree that some scholars now in diplomacy are saying that peace has been privatized. Perhaps even commercialized. Because it's about transactions. It's no longer about humanity. It's no longer about lives. So we ask ourselves, when you go to mediation, are you going there as a business negotiator? Are you going there as an arbitrator of transactions? Or are you going there genuinely as a mediator to see peace in the countries that are facing conflict on our continent, whether it is Sudan or any other that is having challenges? Are we facing a new definition of what sovereignty is? We are now seeing in conversations, discussions that actually talk of perhaps possible acquisition of nations or parts of nations. So a completely new dynamic is taking place. Then, ironically again, you find that the people who tend to discredit, and I deliberately use that word, discredit our own African institutions, is Africans themselves. You have the African Union. They make propositions, reasonable propositions. They put them on the table. You refuse to look at them. You refuse to understand them. The same proposition is taken by a friend or a country of the continent. They call you to their capitals. They give you the same thing you refused to appreciate when it was given to you by the African Union or by Igad. You then sign the same document that you refused to sign when it was offered to you by your own institution. So who really then is undermining the mediation process on the continent? I thought I should be a little blunt so that as you converse on this very difficult topic of mediation, to also look inward and have a serious reflection on how the players on the continent themselves regard mediation, and whether it is us who are giving the advantage to people who have more of a transactional approach, the advantage and the opportunity to drive this process on the African continent. So let's look at it deeply. Let's reflect. The Middle East crisis is teaching us a few things. It's a wake-up call. All of us are facing higher fuel prices. Shortages are beginning to bite systematically in very many countries on the African continent. But I was somewhere else, and yesterday actually, and I was reflecting and saying, Kenya is having a international mining conference as well, and we were talking, and I was saying, can you imagine? South Sudan has oil. Mozambique has gas. Tanzania has gas in the neighborhood. But because of conflict, we can't get the oil from South Sudan or Sudan, and we can't draw the gas from Mozambique. And our traditional suppliers from the Middle East are now faced with a new crisis, and the ships are not flowing or sailing as they should be sailing, so the bite is becoming more painful to the citizens. Can you imagine if this mediation process unlocked all this and allowed Ethiopia to have its fuel from the neighborhood, Kenya to have its gas from the neighborhood, Tanzania to sell their gas to us, Mozambique to do the same? It would be tremendous for all of us and for the citizens of the Horn of Africa and the continent. So these are the issues that we look at and we say, are they really external or are they self-inflicted? Are these issues external or self-inflicted? Today, for instance, after the Middle East crisis and the gas was not able to flow appropriately from Russia to some of the European countries, Algeria has become one of the biggest suppliers of gas to Europe. I think it supplies almost 25% of the gas requirements to Italy today. So there's a lot of potential. We have actually all that can make us self-sustaining. But we continue to engage in conflict. What has happened to the men and women of goodwill on the African continent? They must rise up, they must speak, they must mediate, they must dialogue. And that is what is going to unlock our potential. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wish you an excellent conference and also success so that you can help us step in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your insightful and inspiring opening remarks, which have set a meaningful tone for this conference. Excellencies, now we conclude the opening session. Then we will proceed to a group photo and followed by a short tea break. So the photo session will be happen in the downstairs. So thank you, Excellencies. Thank you so much.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
I've been moving, moving, I've been moving, moving, I've been moving, 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 I've been moving, moving, moving.
back to the second session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the substantive discussion of the conference, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Solomon Derso, Executive Director, Amani Africa, to take over and continue facilitating the next section. Dr. Solomon, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, all protocols duly observed, may I kindly invite all of you to take your seat, and greetings and good morning to all of you. Let me start off by expressing deep appreciation to Igad and the Executive Secretary, Dr. Workan Gabayo, for being able to bring under Igad's flag such an incredible caliber, heavy people from across the board here in this house. I was mentioning to Director Siraj earlier that one of the ways in which leadership is exercised is through the kind of convening that leaders enable and facilitate. And therefore, we all here are very pleased to see Igad providing this important platform at a time of profound significance for the Horn of Africa, for Africa and indeed for the whole world. I will not say much, but the one point that I wish to say is, if what has already been said in the morning through the speeches from the Prime Cabinet Secretary to Dr. Workner and Ambassador Balaish, the one thing that I was asking myself is, it is a very terrifying time that we are living through. If this time is terrifying for the world, I cannot think of how deeply more terrifying it should be for us here on the African continent. The points that the Prime Cabinet Secretary said about thoughts of acquisition of nations, it resonates deeply with the bitter historical experience that this continent endured. More than all of the points that have been made, this should send shockwaves here on the African continent. But I'm not really sure how deeply and more profoundly terrified we are, and therefore shaking ourselves off the complacent place we find ourselves in. With that, it is my distinguished honor and privilege to kindly call to the podium His Excellency Martin Griffiths, former Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, and my dear brother and mentor, Abdul Muhammad, Senior Advisor to the Igad Executive Secretary, Igad, and one of the brains, if not the brain, behind this convening. Can we all please put our hands together and welcome them?
I'm not doing anything without you.
So you welcome us. This session, as you have seen from the program, is a framing mediation within a context of normative erosion, institutional fragmentation, and geopolitical contestation. These are indeed the words that we heard early before the coffee break, but these are really diplomatic framings, I would say. The situation is much more profound. But the questions that we will be addressing would be, how have normative erosion, if not collapse, and institutional fragmentation is reshaping and reshaped mediation? What are the implications of competing mediation tracks? Why is mediation increasingly disconnected from political outcomes? Can mediation retain legitimacy without multilateral coherence? And to start us off, may I kindly welcome to the podium Martin Griffiths, please. You have the floor. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. I was just settling down and calming my nerves before that introduction happened. All those words I don't quite understand, but I know people on this stage who do. But I'm very flattered to be here, and I thank you very much indeed. I want to talk about the very issues that Urkana, you and others this morning went through, Ahmed Balaish and so forth, about the desperate nature of mediation globally, the transactionalism, and it's framed by these questions. But I want to start by saying, and it was a reflection I had after preparing these remarks, that this is not about the multilateralism in Africa. It affects the multilateralism in Africa, as we have been hearing so coherently this morning. But when I make these criticisms of global transactional mediation, I want to come at the end to the extraordinary responsibility that now lies, I hope, on African regional organizations, Igad, of course, African Union, and others, to tell us globally how to behave better. So I hope I'll be convincing of that. I want to start with just reflecting, and we all know it very well firsthand, I'm sure, in this room. Many more wars, many fewer sustainable agreements. And again, it was a theme already in the first session. The focus all over the world is on ending the fighting rather than agreeing a pathway to a durable peace and stability. We see this very vividly, of course, in the important efforts to end the war between the US and Israel and Iran. But we've seen it elsewhere. We've seen it in Gaza. We see it in many parts of the world. And indeed, to some extent, in Sudan, where we now have, I'm blessed to see Pekka Haavisto here, my close friend and former colleague, bringing his extraordinary knowledge of mediation and diplomacy to bear on this most difficult one of all, and I'll come back to Sudan. It's fine to get a ceasefire. In fact, it's of primary importance. It is the first step of our conscience to enable the fighting to stop. But in my experience, my bitter experience as a mediator for some years, they never last if they're not linked to peace. And on the whole, as I will say, it's a lot easier to end the fighting, not that easy, but it's a lot easier than building peace. But if you want to build peace, if you want to end the fighting, don't stop with a pause in the fighting. Be more ambitious. Embrace people like former Prime Minister Hamdok, who is here with us, and others, who will lead us with Igad to peace in Sudan. It's not just about ending the fighting. It's not just about the generals in that or any other context. I worked in Yemen for the United Nations as a mediator back in 2018 to 2021. And we spent an enormous amount of time debating, discussing, consulting regional powers as well as the parties on a dispute resolution mechanism on how to monitor a ceasefire that we were at that time confident in bringing to existence. It didn't happen. world changed, the Houthis decided on a different track. But it was an experience for me that is a searing experience, because it shows how much work needs to be done on the details of ceasefire management. And without that, it's not actually a ceasefire. It's at best a pause. Look at what's happening in Gaza. That hasn't moved from a pause to anything beyond. It hasn't actually challenged the ultimately most important precepts held by the parties based on the non-alignment of their interests. Israel wants the continuing occupation of the occupied territories. Hamas, of course, very different. Secondly, to say impunity is the norm, as Mohammed Balanch, you were also speaking to that, is true, very true, and it's important to keep saying it, but it's also ignored, largely. Not so much in this continent, not so much clearly in the Igad framework of principles. Legal processes are very slow, I'm sorry to say. I was most of my life in the United Nations, so I have a certain sort of indirect pride in the organizations set up, particularly under Kofi Annan, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice. But the lack of clarity of purpose or publicity about investigations of obvious breaches, and then of some process moving beyond calling out names to actually bringing names to accountability, is a tragic moment in legal process. I was talking to somebody a couple of days ago about, in a different context, the Gambia process in the International Criminal Court involving Myanmar. And I was told it would take another 6 years before it comes to court. How many people will die in those 6 years? And I was struck in Gaza, but it's clearly very true in Sudan, how little action, not attention, that's also fairly defeated, but action has come out of very obvious crimes, which have been noted and commented on as crimes, possibly war crimes. It is true about the murder of humanitarian aid workers. I was in the humanitarian business in the UN, and the number of cases against perpetrators of killings globally of humanitarian aid workers is almost nothing. Almost nothing. And that's also a responsibility for the employers of those aid workers, who have obviously a duty of care, let alone of justice. So accountability is, in the sense of impunity, treated with contempt. I'm not talking about this region. I think it's amazing how the African Union, Igad, and other regional organizations in Africa treat it very seriously and spoke about it this morning, the need for justice, the need for accountability. I don't see that happening very much elsewhere, which will be back where I come to the reason we need you, not just here in Africa, but elsewhere. I've often thought that nowadays there's no reason not to make war. Why not go to war? You might win, you know. People will die, that's okay. You have ambitions. We can see that in Sudan very visibly, I think, because you won't go to jail for it. The chances of being sent to jail as a warmonger, as a warlord, as a war criminal are so few. Even President Assad of Syria, who I got to know quite well while he was president because of my humanitarian work and job, he fled, remember that, overnight to Moscow. As far as I know, there's no process yet of any seriousness to impeach him, to bring him to trial for his appalling war crimes. And I can talk about those firsthand. Next, track one mediation. I think we all know what that is. It's the mediation between states parties, and it's different from track two, which is a support process, an advisory process, and track 1.5 is, as you would see, halfway between the two. Track one mediation has been taken back into the hands of states. When I was starting out on mediation in Geneva in 1999, in the organization, the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, we led track one mediation efforts in all different parts of the world. As one very distinguished international mediator said to me years later, he said, "That will never happen again, Martin. You'll never have that opportunity." I don't think that's a bad thing. But we need to consider the new architecture, and we need to consider, which will be my main point, the total need for multilateralism, extraordinarily well represented here. And it's a rare moment of pleasure to be among a group of multilateralists, I can tell you. But we need to consider what is the impact of states exercising transactional mediation, which is what we see in so many parts of the world, and without a sense of principles or a sense of purpose or a sense of inclusion. I'm so delighted that Pekka has taken over this job of special envoy, personal envoy to Sudan and the Horn. And I've known him for many years. As I said, he was my boss for many of those years. I know he knows this region not almost as well as you, but a lot better than me. And it's very welcoming and unusual to have the United Nations with its political diplomacy step in as an assistant, as a contributor, and maybe as a leader. Multilateralism is a common shared agenda. And we need to make sure we share the same principles and agenda, but it's one where linkages, obviously, you have it very clearly here in Africa, but also with the international system is so important. So thank you, Pekka, for your magic. Legitimacy in mediation now. And these are all questions which Abdul Mohammed wrote for me, and then saw my remarks and said I wasn't actually getting onto the subject very well, so I've been changing them quite a bit. I know he'll speak in a minute in judgment. Legitimacy is now, in mediation, is now a matter first of power, not here, but in the Middle East we see it very clearly. Power, interests, leverage. Leverage is seen as the new force majeure in ending wars. Yet our experience, I think, in this room is that wars almost never end with force. They won't end with force, I'm sure, in Sudan. They will end with an agreement to protect and provide support for civilian rule, even if that's imposed on some. And I would make an exception here for recent actions, in the case of one member state, not just recent, by Pakistan, Oman, and Qatar in the Middle East. I do quite a lot of work with Qatar, and also have done a lot, of course, with Oman. But I'm very, very struck, and Pakistan is the current case, isn't it, of very energetic, very good mediation, not imposing interests, but imposing a pace to make the parties come and see how they will sort out their differences. Pakistan is a model at the moment. Oman has been so for many years. And Qatar, of course, is a focal point for the new mediation, which I will also come back to. So there are exceptions to the rule of transactionalism. But the rule of transactionalism usually depends on mediators, on states. These states are exceptional, but they are exception to the rule. It also means that with states taking over these functions, that so-called professional mediators, of which I think I would claim to have been one, are absent from the scene, to the detriment, I think, of the quality and principles of the practice. And this way is multilateralism, which is the ultimate legitimacy, which is the sole legitimacy, in my experience, can redress that also new gap which is arising out of the change in mediation. Next. And this is another mea culpa. To make mediation about more than ending the fighting and more about peace, the inclusion of people, ordinary people like us in this room, absolutely essential. And when I was practicing mediation, some of it under Pekka's oversight, I wasn't very good at this. I remember when I was I was mediating in Spain between the Spanish government and the terrorist group ETA, the Basque terrorist group. The one thing both sides could agree on is to say, don't ever go near the Basque country because you're not going to talk to the people. That would, you just talk to us. We saw that very strongly in the first Jeddah meeting back in the early days of the Sudan war, where I was present in the city but not in the talks, and where we were saying, I was a humanitarian person, but we were saying, you have to involve the emergency rooms, even in the humanitarian agreement, perhaps particularly in the humanitarian agreement. And of course, both parties said, no way, we're not going to do that. And yet the emergency rooms in Khartoum, which was the focus, I think, of humanitarian action at the time, for obvious reasons, was obviously going to be led and implemented by the emergency rooms. These incredible people, non-political, stuck to their mandate, stuck to their purpose, and yet they were pushed away. And that's my general experience of mediation. Keep the people out, for God's sake, otherwise it gets complicated. Well, it gets complicated for a good reason, because peace is complicated. Civilian rule is complicated. It takes time. I want to refer to Syria in a minute. And I learned from bitter experience the obvious, which is absolutely involve the people. Find the networks that exist across the world which bring them together. Find the ways in which, again, Prime Minister, you have been talking to the people all the time because of your civilian position and civilian leadership. Because without them, there's going to be no successful outcome. It's very difficult for mediation to do that. I'm not naive about that, because getting rid of the inclusion of the people, let alone gender, it continues, and you talked about that, okay, the absence of women, that this would be much simpler and much less effective. So I think the validation and presence of the people is necessary for a peace agreement. I know it's difficult, I know it's necessary. In fact, in the case of ETA, which came to a successful conclusion, thanks to the extraordinary work of both parties, Madrid and ETA, it was all about how ETA finally realized that the armed struggle was going nowhere apart from killing their own people, and that they then went to their base, their political base, the people in the Basque Country, and had about a year conversation with them, and turned to the obvious conclusion, which was the people didn't want more armed struggle, and it was abandoned formally. Remember, Kofi Annan, I think, went to San Sebastian to announce it. And it's stuck ever since because of that acceptance of the people. And I would simply say, and it's in line, working with what you and the others this morning were saying, it's in line with legitimacy. The legitimacy of the peace process depends also on the involvement of the people. And it's very, very rare to find it structurally included. The hope of a political process, I think I've mentioned this, is not just because we need to tick the box of peace, but because nothing will work without it. You know, in my humanitarian experience now, more than mediation, the one thing that dies, again mentioned in the first session, is hope. And if the people don't have hope, have a horizon of stability and future for themselves and their families, they lose hope. This actually leads to lives being lost. As we know, we see it in Gaza vividly, increase of disease, especially for children. But it also leads to a demise in the peace process. The energy of hope is an integral part of every peace process. I think the obvious link to peace and the absence of it is there for two big reasons. Again, nothing surprising about this. First, ending a war these days, globally, is transactional, and it's a political prize, much more importantly than a humanitarian or humanity aspiration. We all hear the talk about Nobel Peace Prizes vividly coming on our screens every so often, and who supports who and so forth. But it's a political prize. It always has been a political prize, but not to the extent now where it is the objective of the intervention of the mediator or the peacemaker. Second reason, building peace takes longer, is more complex. Syria, I mentioned earlier, is the case that I'm most familiar with nowadays. Syria, through military action, unusually, ended the fighting mostly. But it didn't bring stability. to the people of Syria and the minorities, many of whom, with whom I've been closely associated, including the Kurdish groups, both PKK and those of the Syrian Defense Forces. And so the regime, President Shara and his administration, are facing, they are genuinely facing, the long march to peace. And they're grappling with all the impossible decisions that need to be made. Accountability for justice, huge issue in Syria like every other conflict. The process of unifying the country while making perhaps, it's a steps sequencing process for some parts of the country. I don't think the Kurds are going to give up their weapons easily. And Sueda is very worried about central power. But they're addressing these issues. It's like an open program of peacemaking with the best will, some serious mistakes. Accountability for military actions, for example, is very absent. But it is an example of building peace. It's heroic, in my view, and it's rare, and it's one for us to learn. I want to say something about multilateralism now. As I said, I'm from the United Nations until I left last year, the year before. And so legitimacy, multilateral legitimacy, is a huge issue for me, as well as I think most of us here. I've learnt through that process, through United Nations, a deep respect for regional organizations. Had a lot to do with Igad and the African Union. I had a lot to do in Yemen with the GCC and so on and so forth. They have the energy, they have the local knowledge, they have the aspiration, and in the case of Igad and the African Union, they have the principles, as we were hearing this morning already. They have the ambition to do this right and to do good, instead of just ticking the box of ending the fighting. I was an advisor to Kofi Annan when he came here in 2008 to do that mediation in the Serena Hotel. Unfortunately, made a public comment about being the prisoner of peace because it took 6 weeks. I said to him at the time, 6 weeks is probably worth it, you know, more or less. I mean, spend a bit of time on making peace. It was not an easy process. It was a controversial process for many people, still is, I think. But I remember how he upped the level from the Serena group. He walked out of the room, I was sitting next to him, and he walked down the corridor in the Serena and went straight out to the press gathered there, as they always were, and said, "We're stopping now, it's all finished. I'm asking the principals now to come towards resolving the problem." And in the absolute clarity of African traditions, conventions, and culture and values, that worked. It kind of only would work in Africa. So the legitimacy of African passions, African regional organizations, he was there, of course, under a mandate from the African Union, is signal. It's unusual, even more unusual now. We need you. We need you not just here, we need you for the world. I want to talk a little bit then now at the end about what to do about this. Workner was telling me yesterday, make sure you talk a little bit about the future. A bit of practical stuff would be nice, Martin. The multilateralism of Africa is a rare and wonderful thing. The UN will always try, it is the ultimate legitimacy, but it lacks the spirit and energy at the moment, Pekka aside, obviously, to do the business. And your knowledge of Sudan, for example, the African Union knowledge with its principles of no coups, no recognition if you come through to power through coup, is so unusual. And yet it could be replicated elsewhere. We would have loved to have seen that effectively carried through in Sudan. So here's what I think we need to do in that context. To have you as the leader of global clarity about what the principles of mediation are. The absolute link between ending the fighting and building peace. The inevitable concessions and failures and attention, however, to building peace with all its complexity, because that is the way you address things. and bringing that clarity of purpose, which is why this reflection conference is so important, so unique to the world, as well as to your continent. We know that the Global South must take up the baton of mediation. You are, of course, in that inchoate definition, but we know that that's not happening as it should. But the old world needs the new world to come to its rescue. Just because Churchill said it, not a man I would have voted for, I don't think, doesn't mean it's not true. It is true. You can understand and explore and explain the inclusion issues that I've just discussed, the inclusion of women, as you said, but the inclusion of people and how to make it work. And in particular, a focused and constructive African contribution to the debate about multilateralism and mediation, exactly what this topic is about. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see this happen every year, for example? This very unusual meeting. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use your experience and talents in Igad of mediation, and of course in the African Union, as a basis for forging a consensus that will go beyond the continent, but will obviously infuse the continent. I think for African leadership to bring back mediation to where it should be and where you have always wanted it to be, you have a great challenge, which you never got selected to do this, but we need you. We need you desperately. Look at the failures. Look at our failures around the world. Nobody ever talks about Afghanistan anymore. Nobody talks about Myanmar really anymore. Middle East, is a conflict which none of us really understand because it's completely interconnected. Syria's off on its own and so forth. All of them come together when we talk about the principles of professional mediation, which you referred to in your remarks. I'm one of those desperate to see you do that. I'm one of those desperate to assist in any way that I could, obviously, to that. But you probably don't need help from foreigners like me. We need help from people like you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, for those framing and also probing reflections and the weight of responsibility that this part of the world bears for coming to the rescue. I'm not sure of the old world, but certainly of humanity. With that, it is really my pleasure to welcome Abdul Muhammad. Abdul is known for his incredible passion for articulating, but also even in the face of incredible cynicism, despair, who constantly keeps trying and sustains hope. It is an incredible character that Abdul embodies for the kind of trade that mediation is, and we are really, really happy as Ethiopians and as people of the region that he represents and embodies the best characters of mediation. Abdul, over to you, please.
Thank you so much for that extremely generous introduction. And let me, by way of introduction, say that I'd like to acknowledge the leadership role and the encouragement we received to hold this meeting from His Excellency, the Executive Director of Igad, Dr. Warkena. I would like also to acknowledge the work done by Honorable Siraj Fergesa and his team to make this event into a reality. And it's the work of many individuals who thought this was the time for practitioners and for researchers to come together and collectively reflect about the status of mediation in the context of the new global crisis. And I was tempted really, because my task was to set the scene, but the scene was set very competently and beautifully this morning, and I was really hesitating not to speak so that I'll not say something that will dilute the significance of what has been said this morning, inadvertently at least. But let me, if I'm brave, I would sit down, but I'm not that brave. But let me just highlight some generic issue. So I will begin by associating myself with the rich and thoughtful reflections we already had this morning. In many respects, the remarks by His Excellency, the Executive Director, His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kenya, and now with Martin Griffith, and my good brother, Ambassador Bilesh, they have already set the scene strategically. And I hope we'll grasp that. So allow me, therefore, not to repeat what they have said, but to briefly draw out a few generic overarching ideas to guide our discussion today and tomorrow. Everybody have said this, and I would like to emphasize again, we are operating in a moment of profound, some say transition, some of us say rupture. Institutions that we are associated with, be it Igad, the African Union, the United Nations, the European Union, were built and operated and provided leadership and cultivated leaders based on norms and principles intended to regulate the behavior of nation states, to constrain power, and promote peaceful resolution of conflict. These institutions were established for such purposes. And I'm always fond, when I'm in trouble, of not knowing what is next, I'm always recall what I think the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld, said as a guide, which is basically multilateral institutions were not created to take you to heaven, they are created to prevent you from going to hell. Okay, that should serve as a framework to try to understand both our weaknesses and our strength. Yet, today, these norms and principles, as His Excellency the Secretary, the Executive Secretary said, are under strain. All of you have basically, including Martin, basically repeated that, and they said diluted, we are being bypassed, and in some cases, we have been deliberately hollowed out. So we are at a crossroad, that's a familiar terminology. Military forces, once considered to be the last resort, is increasingly becoming a first option. Okay? That's the signal of our age. The restraint that once made war costly and constrained powers are weakening. This is the environment in which mediation must now operate. an extremely hostile environment. What we are witnessing is not simply the failure of mediation, but a structural mismatch between mediation as a practice, as practiced, and the realities it seeks to address. Mediation evolved in a different era of greater coherence and clearer authority. Today, it is often overstretched, fragmented, and sidelined, and strategically, as a result of that, incoherent. Others have repeated that. In the Horn of Africa, this mismatch is especially visible. Conflicts are embedded in a regional system, as his executive secretary said, shaped by cross-border dynamics, external interventions, and entrenched war economies. This is not a collection of isolated crises, but a complex and interconnected conflict system. This broader challenge is perhaps most starkly reflected in the Sudan. And yet, this moment of erosion must also be a moment of extreme responsibility. For Africa, these norms are not external. These norms and principles that are embedded in multilateral institutions are not external. They are actually part and parcel of our own internal African framework and tradition. And it is part and parcel of the vision embedded in Pan-Africanism, these norms and principles. So they are not alien to us. Nobody imposed it on us. Nations may guide us in the next 2 days. Honorable Siraj has alluded to that as well. How do we restore coherence in a fragmented landscape? Okay, that's one. And how do we ensure legitimacy, which Martin addressed, grounded in the realities of the people affected by conflict? The challenge, therefore, before us is not simply to improve mediation, it is to rethink it politically, strategically, and institutionally. Because the future of mediation will not be determined in theory, but also in practice, in whether we are prepared to act differently, think differently, and lead differently. The question is not whether change is necessary. The question is whether we are ready to make it. And as part of our duty, as we conclude this meeting tomorrow, I hope an idea will emerge attached to a strategy that will ignite or that will trigger the formation of a coalition, not only within Africa, but globally, a coalition to rescue, restore the norms and principles that have animated multilateral institutions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for highlighting those framing questions relating to multilateralism, legitimacy, and the defense of the principles and norms of mediation as central to and part and parcel of who we are and what Pan-Africanism and Pan-African multilateralism is all about. And of course, the question that you asked about the imperative for change, but whether we are going to make the change that is required, is a very important question that should animate, I think, the entirety of the reflections that we will be having in the course of today and tomorrow. The last point that you landed on is part of, I think, the answer to that question. To make this change, the necessary change, basically, there is no way of going back to the old. There is nothing to return back to. So we have to move forward. And how do we do that? The kind of, I think, change that is required, part of it is what kind of coalition of actors, thinking, processes, structures, discourse do we need in place, to have in place, in order to make that necessary change that would breathe life and to make mediation great again. May I say that? Yeah. But indeed, to make mediation the premier institutional tool for advancing peace and security globally. I think it's really about, given the change that we are witnessing, what kind of change would enable mediation to remain and become that premier tool for resolution and dispute settlement, anchored on those principles of mediation, of course, particularly those relating to the question of legitimacy that both you and Martin spoke about, that ultimately has to be judged based on the lives saved, based on the dignities restored, and based on the hope that has been brought back after the kind of rupture that we are witnessing here in the Horn of Africa, prominently in the Sudan. How do we achieve and how do we get there? With that, I will open the floor for reflections from the distinguished participants. As I do that, I was given by His Excellency Director Siraj that it would also be good to have a word or two from the participants introducing themselves. I'm sure many of you know each other, but there are a few of us who may not know quite a few of you. So it would be great as you take the floor if you introduce yourself, and then we will have people sitting next to you also introducing themselves. With that, the floor is open before we move to the next panel. I have recognized my former boss. I don't know if he's the tallest man in the house, but we have another tall man, I was told. Paul Simon Handy, I recognize you. Yes, Excellency Pekka. And Peyton, of course. So let me start with Paul, Pekka, and then Peyton. Thank you all very much. We don't have many women here, but may I kindly insist that, as Martin rightly pointed out, we enable and create conditions for women to speak as well. Thank you. Paul, please.
Thank you very much, Solomon, and thanks to the panelists, Martin and Abdul. In preparation of this meeting, I try and look at some databases of mediation, and I was a bit struck to realize that there's some sort of feeling that mediation is changing, but maybe the feeling of mediation failing is suggesting that things have changed. But what I think has changed is more competition about the ontologies of mediation, competition about what mediation is supposed to be achieving, the end state. we have been for quite some time seeing a mediation process being dominated by a liberal model, where there was some sort of consensus. I mean, there was contestation, but it was more or less consensual that the end state would be to establish some liberal norms, institutional reforms, democratic governance. But this approach of mediation is contested by many actors. And the contestation is not just about the approach itself, but it's also about the techniques and the visions of peace that those approaches want to achieve. So we have, I mean, the emergence of, not the emergence, but maybe the widening of power-based coercion that seeks to promote stabilization and strategic order, regardless of the ideological direction. But of course, everybody has mentioned that transactional bargaining, which relates to economic access, diplomatic recognition, and maybe also geopolitical influence. The question is, what is IGAD's ontology for mediation? What does IGAD try to achieve? And what would you say, because we say IGAD competes with other actors, sometimes quite powerful actors, how would you define IGAD's leverage to mediate the conflicts that happen in the region? Thank you.
I know you are very famous and known, but I don't know you. Can you introduce yourself for me at least?
Thank you, Solomon. Paul Simon Andy from the Institute for Security Studies.
Thank you very much, Paul. Pekka, please.
Okay, that's on. Yes, that's fine.
So thank you, and I hope that the mic is working. My name is Pekka Haavisto. I'm the personal envoy, Secretary General for Sudan, and nice to be here. And thanks Salomon and thanks Martin and Abdul for the very interesting introductions. I have one comment and one question. My comment is actually about the transactionalism. We always think that processes are transactional or mediators are transactional, but sometimes the clients are also transactional. And this brings me back to Abuja talks in Sudan or in neighboring country Nigeria with the Darfur groups. And I have to say that every day you had to check who is whose friend and who is whose enemy today, and a lot of transactionalism was also there by the clients. So we have to remember that it's not always the mediator's fault and so forth. That was my comment. But then actually my question, and since Martin is at the stage, is very much on inclusiveness, and I hope that I'm not running too far to very practical issues, but when we speak about inclusive processes and inclusion, of course this is part of the credibility of the processes as well. We speak about the women, we speak about the youth and so forth, but the elephant in the room very often are the radical groups, Islamist groups or other groups. And I know, Martin, you have been dealing with Afghanistan, you have been dealing with Yemen, and seeking your advice also regarding Sudan, that how inclusive is the inclusive process, who should be in the room and who should be left out from the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peyton, please. And then Prime Minister Hamdok, please.
There we go. Thanks, Solomon, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. It's a pleasure, and thanks to the panel for the comments. I actually just have a question, which is I'm struck, actually, starting with Dr. Workane's opening comments, that this sort of one of the through lines that at least I'm observing in the course of the morning is this question of legitimacy. And I'm also struck by a point Martin made, that mediation is being sort of seized back by governments and perhaps by extension intergovernmental organizations. And it's only natural that when governments and intergovernmental authorities are at the forefront of mediation efforts, they are going to tend towards relating to other governments as the first sort of priority, as the first act. But when you look at a number of the conflicts rather that have been mentioned so far this morning, Syria, Yemen, of course Sudan, a number of the governments involved in those conflicts are not actually exercising the roles of governments, right? They're not actually exercising, the recognized governments, I should say, are not actually exercising the authorities that a government normally holds, right? Not exercising full control of their territory. They're certainly not exercising monopoly of force. And there are other, certainly in many cases, not providing services, right, to their people. So the question is, in that sort of environment, there's clearly a tension with this question of legitimacy and the recognition of certain states, right, certain entities as governments. And so, you know, certainly in the Syria case, it turned out that the recognized government ultimately was a hollow shell of itself. So my question for the panel is, how can one wrestle with that as a mediator in this world in which, you know, again, when we're confronting even Yemen and Sudan today, you have entities that are recognized as governments, but not exercising the authority of governments. And what the tension is then as a mediator, attempting to, in theory, be neutral or at least impartial as one conducts that very vital mediation work. Thank you.
Great. Can I request you along the lines of...
Yes, sorry. I'm Peyton Knopf. I was the Deputy Special Envoy for the Horn in the Biden administration, and I'm now with the Dialogue Advisory Group. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Please, former Prime Minister Hamdok.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Let me start by thanking Igad under the able leadership of my brother, Dr. Werkner, for organizing this and for all those who made this possible. Abdul, Ambassador Siraj. I'm very delighted to be here and meet so many people in this room, and also to mention the hosting of Kenya to this. Of course, this meeting was framed as the Horn of Africa, Somalia conflicts, some maybe mention of Ethiopia, South Sudan and Sudan. But I'm very delighted that Sudan issue has taken center stage. For a while, as Sudanese, we thought our conflict was neglected by the world, with the exception of the anniversary said, Africa, whether it's the African said, Africa, whether it's the African Union or Igad, there are opportunities in this failing multilateralism in the world. There is an opportunity. Let us use this failure to reinforce, as Abdul also said, our own rules and norms which we adopted ourselves. The African Union, Ambassador Belesh, instrument of addressing head-on the second day of unconstitutional takeover of power, this is not present anywhere. The UN is so happy to accept any dictator the following day, walk in and he can talk to the General Assembly. African Union is not doing this. But we should be very proud as Africans about that. Of course, this has a lot of challenges and problems for us, and in Sudan it helped us in providing, under the leadership of Igad and the AU and Ethiopia, the transition which was aborted by a military coup, which was the following day, the African Union suspended Sudan. I think this is extremely important. Coming back to the current situation in Sudan, I'm sorry, Solomon, it looks like I'm giving another speech, but I think you would allow me a few other cents more than the others. But I think what we are experiencing today, suffering from forum shopping phenomena. There is no coherence in the mediation in Sudan. You remember it started in Jeddah, two sponsors, the US and Saudi Arabia. Manama was better, brought another two, 4 of them. Alps, then many other bilaterals meeting and all that. Today, who in this room would remember Alps? It's gone. And we're hearing about so many others. Saudi Arabia is probably thinking about having an event in Muscat and this. This fragmentation is very dangerous. I think after Berlin, we're coming close to a very good alignment. The talking between Quad and Quintet is taking us in the right direction. We'd like to see the world enforcing this, not allowing separate individual countries to take us into these fragmented approaches and everybody hold their own meeting. I cannot help but to conclude with one issue. Pekka referred to it, the issue of inclusion. I do not think there is anything called 100% inclusivity. We need to be very certain about the spoilers, the fascists and all that. And if Europe was accommodating the Nazis and the fascists, it will not be the democracy that flourished for the last 78 years. And I think in that sense, let us aspire for sufficient inclusivity. And that will take us forward. So thank you very much. And I think through the meeting, there is an excellent program here which would allow us to move beyond the conceptualization and the abstract to, as Dr. Worken asked Martin, to look into much more practical approaches to address some of the conflicts in our region. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for this long-worded thing. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I was not sure whether Sudan was the agenda, but now you are making it the agenda. But it was implicit, of course, in the conversation. And I think the most important point, of course, that you made is that Africa, the African Union, Igad, need to be at the forefront of providing the spaces and also sustaining the attention, if not the action, as Martin said. Sustaining the attention, if not the action, on the situation in Sudan. I think that is indeed important. I don't see any hand being raised at the moment. Oh, gosh, Haile. So wonderful to see you.
Well, thank you very much for organizing this. Goes without saying. I think when approaching any conflict, the resolution of any conflict, it is very important, number one, to understand the context, and number two, to put the solution within a certain framework. Now, Igad was reformed, I might say, as an instrument of regional integration. To what extent is Igad still taking this objective of creating Igad as an instrument of regional integration taken into account when addressing conflicts, when designing peaceful resolutions of conflicts within the Igad region? I have a reason why I'm asking this question, but I would like to know.
Thank you very much. May I kindly ask you to introduce yourself again? Sorry.
My name is Haile Menkerios. I am retired UN person, but working as a senior advisor to the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue.
Thank you very much, Gashaili. So there are a number of questions about Igad. What is the leverage of Igad? And how does regional Igad, as an instrument of regional integration, gets factored in thinking about and engaging in peace efforts and processes? And I will recognize the gentleman at the very end.
Thank you very much. I am Nureddin Sati, former acting SRSG, UNSRG Burundi, former ambassador of Sudan to France and the United States, former senior advisor for HD under my good friend Martin Griffiths. That was until, I think, 2012. And I worked with CMI also as advisor. And now I'm working for peace in Sudan. To answer the question concerning the role of IGAD, to my mind, IGAD needs to regain its moral authority. And to do that, it needs to gain also the collective, I would say, will of its member states. It goes for the UN, it goes for the African Union, it goes for IGAD. There will be no real action for IGAD or any of those institutions without really gaining the collective support and will of their member states. So this, for me, is the beginning. Abdul mentioned the idea of a coalition. I support this idea. I fully support this idea. This would be a collection of the a coalition of the willing for mediation that would confront a coalition of, I would say, of the willing of anti-mediation in this world, which is a fractured world that everybody has said. So what I am saying, what we need is to create leverage at IGAD level, to create moral authority, to gain the acceptability and the recognition of its member states and all those who are working with IGAD. But also, we need to have a look at the mediators themselves. We need a new race of mediators for this changing world. We need new qualities. We need moral authority. We need personal qualities that would cope with this changing world. Those mediators who are capable of picking up the challenge and facing the reality of the world and have the character, I underline this word, in order to fulfill their mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ambassador Rui, please. Maybe the other mic.
Thank you, Solomon. To introduce myself, I'm one, again, among those who are introducing themselves as former this and former that, former Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, former IGAD, and former UN, working on Sudan and South Sudan. I just have a few points, a couple of points to make and questions. IGAD is, of course, an organization of governments, but it is also through its new draft treaty and through various assessments that it has been undergoing, also viewing itself as an institution of people as well. It is an institution of the governments of the region and also of the peoples in this region. What advice would one give to IGAD in this situation when it has to deal with authorities and administrations that are subnational in scope and organized but unrecognized as member states? This is a challenge that I believe we face. I would also like to maybe ask Martin Griffith relating to the examples given of the unique role that Pakistan and Oman and Qatar have played in the past and present. They have been referred to as successful efforts, unique efforts. These are all individual countries, as you can see. They're not connected to multilateral institutions. So how do you see cases like these in the Igad region or in the African continent? Do you feel that there's any value that can be gained from the experiences of Pakistan, Oman, and Qatar that could be of help to multilateral institutions in the African continent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, let me come back to the Martin and Abdul. I think questions have been asked about leverage of IGAD, about inclusivity, particularly inclusivity from the perspective of Martin, your experience in the context of extreme groups or of those sorts. And that was followed by the question, how inclusive 100% or sufficient inclusivity? What is possible and what needs to be worked on? Questions relating to legitimacy as it relates to recognized governments but not in a position of exercising authority. And what does that really mean? And the question of the kind of characters that mediators also need to have. And I think the question finally relating to the role of IGAD that has been said again and again. Maybe I will also direct that to His Excellency, the Executive Director, Dr. Warkana, for him also being here present with us. I think sitting down and listening, that's really very important, and we thank you for that. And of course, the question of that shift that, Martin, you talked about, in terms of the actors, of the mediation actors, from multilateralists to now individual states. It may not be the problem on and of itself, but there are problems with it. And in that respect, of course, the question that Ambassador Hurri asked about the possibilities for similar kind of actors and in the Horn of Africa or on the continent, and how that can, and the implication of that, of course, for multilateralism as well. I think I will stop there, and we will come back to questions and further introduction from the participants. So, please.
Thanks a lot, Solomon. Thank you. Thank you all. I was hoping to get away before the Q&A, and now that we've heard the questions, you can see why. They're far too pointed and interesting and difficult. And Solomon, you brilliantly summarized the ones for me. Abdul, of course, will speak with his usual authority and obviously working at it. Let's hope. Let me pick around it a bit, but I have a sort of a hypothesis about this. Pekka asks about working with armed groups, and it's a massively interesting question, obviously, as you said, for my life, because I spent most of my life working with armed groups, from the PKK to the Taliban to Assad, in a way. And it goes also to the heart of the question about the role of governments. I think, Peyton, that was one of the things you were saying, and it's a linked issue. I, of course, believe that mediation or a peace process has to talk to those who manage war, but not exclusively. I was once, many years ago, a mediator in Indonesia, and I was asked by the Indonesian government, this is a province, Aceh, which was seeking independence, and the Indonesian government asked me right at the beginning, they said that we have two armed groups, one less armed than the other. Who would you recommend we speak to? I said, you decide, basically. But essentially, I said, start off with the one with the guns. Because whatever I might say, and we all say about the frivolities of some ceasefires, ending the taking of lives is crucial. And without the involvement of the warlords, of the heads of the military forces, including the armed groups, you will not make any progress. I was involved quite centrally in a meeting in the Royal United Services Institute a couple of months ago on Sudan. And it was very, very interesting to me that all those present, who were essentially civil society activists, I think, said, never talk to the RSF. They have forfeited their right to be part of any eventual agreement. I wasn't comfortable with that because I knew the RSF wouldn't be that comfortable with it. And this leads me to my theory. And it leads on to what the future mediation is about. What I think a mediator has always had as an obligation is to have some vision of where the process will get to. Managed with a certain amount of modesty because the mediator is not a party. When I started meeting the leaders of ETA, Basque conflict, at that time the last conflict in Europe, the leaders and founders of ETA said to me, you're not Basque, you don't have a vote, we don't need you to understand the future of the Basque people, you just make the coffee. But it's not just making the coffee. You need the vision, and that will lead you to understand the sequencing between talking to armed groups, particularly armed groups without any claim to legitimacy in the conflict, particularly to armed groups who have committed terrible crimes in the conflict. But you do it in the context of a framework of thinking, which you will have discussed with civil society, with track 2, track 1, the civilians always in the conflict, as well as the parties. A framework which allows you to take the liberty, I think, of dealing with armed groups. You know, in my experience, I know this is true for you, Pekka, we've dealt with bad people all over the world all my life. Some bad people can do good things, but they're there in our communication because they are necessary to stop the bad things happening. I went to Myanmar in 2023 when I was in the UN humanitarian work. I was hugely criticized by the diaspora and the civil opposition because I met the regime leaders, the junta, in the capital, Naypyidaw. And I said, well, you know, I have to do, that's what we have to do. We have to talk to these people. We cannot exclude them. But, and here's the thing about the peace and new values. And it goes to the question about whether governments have the last say. I believe the people have the last say, and I know that sounds incredibly sentimental and a bit like a London liberal and so on and so forth. So I recognize that. Sounds like a humanitarian, even worse. But the people do have the last say. Peace processes are not sustainable without the support of the people. This is not a claim, it's a fact. Peace processes will not work. Sudan is a classic example, of course, without civilian leadership. And so what the mediator needs to do is to understand how to marry those things together in a way that leads to sustainable peace. The UN has always had this firm concept, hasn't it, that peace agreements need to be sustainable, and they're not just about rewarding the better negotiator. I think that's very important. I'm sure that's true with Igad and the African Union certainly as well. So this is not news here, but it's news in some places. I'll come on to Pakistan and so forth, Nuruddin, in a minute. But we need to impose not just our morals. Mediators need to, eliminate ego in the pursuit of their function, but our understanding of what is important for the people under the conflict. It's not our conflict, it's their conflict. They have a right to be present at the table, and our obligation, much more than it used to be when mediation many years ago used to be a matter of, like the ETA person said to me, you lay the table, we'll do the talking. I don't think that's good enough anymore. It never really was. But it shouldn't translate into a vision that is imposed on the parties. It is a vision which is offered to the people offer to the parties in that process that everybody here understands well. In that sense, I think the new mediators, the question, Solomon, that you asked, the new mediators need to be new, need to be different, need to be non-Western, hopefully, except for you and me, Pekka, which, you know, we're always needed. But they need to be that, the Global South baton. They need to be women. We've talked about the extraordinarily bad performance of gender inclusion in mediation. But I think the new mediators need to be steeped in the philosophy, the principles, the things, Wetner, that you describe of mediation, as well as the very powerful speech from the Foreign Secretary of Kenya. So we need to be more moral beings, perhaps, than we have allowed ourselves to be in the past, but not as an ego, not as an imposition, but as an offer, as a way of saying we have a view about not the future of your country, but we have a view about what will make that future possible. We don't vote, but we understand the dynamics of conflict and exclusion. So it's quite a different imposition on the mediators. It's asking much more of them. And I think Abdul, you know, as usual, spoke to this more coherently than me, that mediators now need to be embraced for their wisdom as much as for their empathy. That, of course, is wonderfully focused on Igad and the African Union. We'll hear more, I think, on that in a minute. That's a new philosophy for mediation. There is a new mediation. It's not that different from the past, as we've heard in the first question, but it's a new responsibility for mediation organizations and mediators. And to that extent, of course, their orientation, their selection, their practice needs to be re-examined. And you said, Abdul, wasn't it? Rethought, reimagined. I totally agree with that. We're at that inflection point. And that goes back, finally, Solomon, to the question from Nuruddin about countries, Qatar, Pakistan, Oman. None of these had much legitimacy in multilateral terms. It was striking that Oman, which is a magnificent exponent of mediation as a listening process, and courageous, as we saw from the foreign minister, in getting cross about the disruption of the process that he was running in Geneva at the time before the war started. But Oman is not part of, it is part of the GCC, but it's not part of a multilateral enterprise. Pakistan, of course, not either, and neither is Qatar. Qatar, I think, and I witnessed it closely, played an extraordinary game in its mediation links with Hamas, which had terrible risks from it. In fact, you know, Doha was bombed at one point. The Hamas peace committee was meeting. And they came under huge pressure from the United States and others for dealing with these terrorists. I, of course, have said publicly that Hamas is not a terrorist organization as far as the United Nations is concerned. But they do those terrible things, so it may be a distinction without a difference. But Qatar came under huge pressure, and if they had been part of a multilateral organization, in their case the GCC, I think they would be much better protected. We all know why that's not possible. It's a riven region, the Gulf, with different attitudes from each country. But here, you have an opportunity to enhance mediation through enhanced legitimacy. I think Pakistan has gained legitimacy through its actions, but it didn't acquire it de novo. It didn't have it at the beginning. Pakistan was not an obvious case for an international mediator, to say the least. I've lived there many years and loved the place, but it wasn't a peacemaker in anything, and then it is. But it's not enough. So I think, Nuruddin, these are examples of straws in the wind rather than a reset, rather than a reimagining. And the reimagining will come from here. This is why I don't know of any other region which has done this kind of conference, this kind of reflection conference, these kind of difficult questions. And of course Sudan is central to that, because of the terrible lack of progress that has been made. And it's important that we've heard from Dr. Hambok about the quartet and the quintet being actually quite an enterprising set of governments. And I want to end with this. And that point, there's no problem with governments also playing a large role in mediation, using the leverage, but hopefully a beneficial leverage rather than interest, to push for change, but not making them the squires of the process, not making them the usurper of legitimacy. The people are the ultimate legitimacy. Multilateralism is a way to include them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. I think most of the observations and the questions, most of them will probably be answered in due course in the next two days. And for the sake of time constraints, I will not go in details, but let me highlight maybe 1, 2 issues. Look, the current templates that has been guiding us in mediation were a product of a certain period, a certain hegemony period. You can call it the liberal order, or under liberal, principles, whatever. But they were incubated in this period. So, but the interesting thing is that in Africa, they were creatively applied over a period of time. And that time may have come to an end. That's what we want to communicate, I think, in this kind of a gathering. There is a conflict. We know what to do. We were trained to do A, B, C, D. Stop the war, security arrangement. African Union went even further and said silencing the guns, just to make sure nothing is left unturned. From security arrangement, you move into wealth sharing, power sharing, and then if that's not enough, given the intensity of the war, then you include, if the war has been so terrible, then you include transitional justice as part of the template. And then, since inclusivity becomes a challenge permanently, as a matter of fact, then you say national dialogue. All right. All of these were templates that were creatively applied through this period. Now, this period may have come to an end because war has made them obsolete, I think. That's why we need to discuss the nature of wars that are taking place and how we are going. Maybe there are certain templates that need to be rescued, but we have reached the end of the line. So this is one. I think Pekka's issue regarding transaction has always been there. Okay, we practiced it in Sudan. I used to work for him, and we were listening to a transactional requests, and we were responding to them. But these transactions were taking place under the rubric of a politically defined outcome to the mediation. Okay, because at that time, the whole purpose of mediation is a political outcome. Okay, so as long as you have a mediator that keeps that intact, then transaction could take place under this hegemon. Now that's not there anymore. So transaction is having now its own life. And it's no more called mediation, it's called deal making. All right? And the epicenter for that is, of course, the current US administration, and a manifestation of it is the Board of Peace. Okay? The Board of Peace is basically to make deals that the multilaterals will not be able to make. Of course, willingly or knowingly or unknowingly, the Security Council blessed it, and I think they are regretting it. You know, so these are so that's one. Other issue.
Abdul, may I ask you to wrap up?
Okay, I'll wrap up by the issue of legitimacy. let me raise a list. I want to say something about Sudan, but we have other opportunities. But on the issue of legitimacy, look, all of these multilateral institutions were created willingly by member states, because each member state reached their limits in exercising their sovereignty. Therefore, when they created this multilateral, it's actually an instrument of enhancing their sovereignty through collective means, to realize their sovereignty through collectivity. That's why, so read the preamble of the UN. We, to save successive generations from the scourge of war. If you read the preamble of Igad, it's the same thing. These are member states realizing their limitations, lending their sovereignty. The same with the African Union. Read the Constitutive Act, not the OAU one. That's done. The Constitutive Act, which was a reinvention, and it tells you that member states, even when they are against multilateral or not cooperating with them in their inner self, they need it for one reason or the other. So legitimacy is driven by what has been conferred. And then there is a legitimacy that by their action, the multilateral institutions, by the way they do their business, by their, by their success stories, by their determination, also acquire autonomous legitimacy. And this is not there. Thank you.
Excellent. Please join me in thanking the members of the panel. As I kindly request them to get back to their seats and ask the next members of the panel to the podium, may I kindly give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Workana, since Igad became the center of conversation during this panel. Dr. Workana, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon. And so I want to thank Martin and Abdul for a very brilliant presentation and provoking this very important discussion. Solomon has forced me to talk, so I have to talk a little bit. The subject matter is not about Igad. Now we are talking about the mediation, the challenge that we are facing in mediation. But mediation, you cannot do it mediation somewhere without institutions. So Igad is one of such organizations which is created willingly by member states. The role of Igad so far in terms of the challenge that the region is facing is very clear, that I'm not going to tell you. Also, I'm not going to read from the constitution of Igad about the role of Igad. But still we are passing through the challenge, and still Igad is there to tackle the challenges that the region is facing, the challenges that a single country cannot resolve it. We have earlier talked about mediation vis-a-vis the political willingness of the member states. Igad really doesn't have an enforcement mechanism unless and otherwise the goodwill and the political backing of the member states which supports. Sometimes that is also very, very challenging. Pekka has mentioned one very important point about the clients, which has not noticed by even from this discussion. The clients are the one who really needs that mediation, and what is the real behavior nowadays, these clients? How can we really put a pressure upon the clients? one of the challenges that IGAD passing through is how to enforce the decisions. For example, I can tell you, in last African Union summit, there was a meeting of the C5 and IGAD about South Sudan. The outcome of the meeting was very clear, and the decision of the meeting was very clear, and that meeting and that decision, the IGAD is there, and African Union also has mandated to enforce the decision of that C5. But still, after 2-3 months, we are struggling to enforce that meeting. That shows you, that's why we came here. How can we really effectively can work together? The other points are already as mentioned. The leverage, which is mentioned by Martin, and the legality of the institutions. Unless and otherwise, a single country cannot resolve an issue, or an issue which is cross-bordering. The multilateral institutions there is no an option than collectively working together. So we can discuss further, and we are here to listen to you. What are really the challenges and what are the way forward? And specifically about Sudan, that is a very live example that also mentioned, Prime Minister Abdullah has already mentioned. So I ask this gathering to indicate any aspects which can help. This is a challenge that we are facing here. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you again to Martin and Abdul. Now I would like to call to the high table Muriti Mutiga and Jan Pospisil. I'm sorry for doing this to your name. I hope you will help me master it by the end of this panel. I think earlier on the questions have been asked. The context in which mediation is happening is adequately canvassed through the interventions, both from the table and also from the participants in the floor. So now we move a little bit closer, and on the question of reframing mediation. And here the questions that have been asked relate to, of course, what does fragmentation as a structural condition mean in the way that Abdul described earlier on, and what the implication of this is for mediation. How does regionalization and regional orders, such as IGAD and the African Union, reshape mediation? And how should mediators operate without a single leader? Can a shared political horizon be built? And how should IGAD position itself? I think this relates to the point that Dr. Workner made earlier on. So part of your responsibility as members of this panel is to give us a hint and a frame of how regional organizations like IGAD and the African Union can reposition themselves, building on what Martin said earlier on, the necessity for safeguarding the integrity of the principles on which these institutions are founded. I will start with you, Murithi, for your reflections. And in the interest of time, if you do it in 7 minutes, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon. Abdul, my friend, likes to reflect that the Soviet dissidents had a toast which said, "We wish you the best in your impossible endeavors." So Solomon is giving me 2 tasks. One is to summarize the state of the world, and then the second is to make sure you don't fall asleep just before lunch. But I'll be very brief because so much has already been said. You know, Some historians argue that centuries begin late. You know, many people say the last century began, you know, with the First World War. And we had a debate the other day, when did this century begin? And, you know, there was 9/11, there was this and that. The breakup of Sudan, a really epochal moment, the global financial crisis. But people said all that has happened before. But people argue that this century has begun in this decade. And what a decade seems to be happening, a century seems to be happening in a decade. If you reflect on February 2020, the shock of COVID, a shock to all of humanity, you know, hasn't happened in a century. Really, really staggering context. And then the world doesn't seem to be able to get a break. The climatic, extraordinary emergencies we see now, you know, the effects around the world of Russia, Ukraine, and then a war nobody expected that hadn't happened of that nature, you know, almost since 1792, an invasion, a full, you know, scale war against Iran. Iraq was different. But the consequences for the world are so profound. And I just say this to say that I empathize with institutions like Igad, like the AU, confronting this very, very dramatic landscape. So what I'm about to say is not a criticism, but just an attempt to try and find a path forward. I think that those global events have been really dramatic, but in our own region, we are living through unpleasant history. You want to read about history, but the war in Sudan is of such consequence. Consequence for the Sudanese, consequence for the region, that it really demands a very different approach to what has been tried before. We already see in this region and elsewhere, borders being tested. That's really significant. We see technology and the drones now transforming the landscape of war, for example, in the Great Lakes. So I'll just say that a couple of points about how mediation might respond in a very, very dramatic moment. I'll run through them very quickly. I think the first is speed. It's obvious. Everything I'm about to say is quite obvious, but I'm just trying to put it in one place. The speed of response. When Kofi Annan, Martin just mentioned him, when he came to Nairobi, one of the points he made to the Kenyan leaders was that the longer a war lasts, the more hopeless the task of resolving it. It's really, it's obvious, but it's very dramatic. What did he say? He said, for example, families will begin to arm themselves to protect their, you know, their loved ones. Armies become more and more predatory. War becomes a way of life, you know? So the time to stop a war is before it begins, but it's not always possible. But I think urgency in the early days of mediation is the lesson we draw. And unfortunately, we drew it in the wrong fashion in Sudan. It was casual, I'm sorry to say. It was slow, and it wasn't focused. The second one is being entrepreneurial. I've just come up with some of this because everything has been said, but I just reflected on that with Kofi Annan. Martin mentioned him taking away the two leaders, Mwai Kibaki and Odinga, and he took them to a lodge in the middle of Savo with no network. It's called the Kilaguni. You should visit it if you want to unwind. But he was being entrepreneurial and taking the job very seriously. I had other anecdotes, but I'll race through this very quickly. I think that inevitably there'll be competition between and among mediators. It's not realistic to expect that. But at least we should ask of mediators that they should focus. They should keep the conflict at the core, not at the periphery. Sudan has been spoken to quite a bit, but I'll give you the example of the situation in the Great Lakes, where the EAC, the East African Community, and SADC made the mediation about themselves, essentially. They ended up talking among themselves about their differences and about who should be dominant. I think that at least maybe you can still do that, but keep the issue at the core. I will be a little provocative and say that we need, yes, African solutions, and we need African institutions at the core, but at the end of the day, you know, Deng Xiaoping said, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, what matters is if it can catch the mice. And in some cases, there'll be a reality that you need potentially to share tasks. Very, very briefly, the Somalia-Ethiopia, you know, we've talked a lot about the negative examples, but Somalia-Ethiopia was, you know, with the recognition of Somaliland, was a bit of a model. It began in the region. You know, Igad was quite involved. Kenya then took the baton. Kenya recognized that it didn't really have the leverage, you know, with powerful neighbors with whom it has a lot of interest. So it prepared a brief and handed it over to Turkey. And then Turkey is one of those mediators that's very aggressive and very entrepreneurial, and ultimately a deal was achieved. So it's an example where you can have one thing, but not only that, also you can have the other. I'll qualify the issue of ceasefire. Very much agree that we need a ceasefire, and Martin said we need a ceasefire, but also peace. I would say, you know, because we won't get the comprehensive peace agreements, I would say for now, maybe we need the ceasefire, and then politics, politics, politics. And Abdul often makes this point that, for example, you know, just you can't divorce the ceasefire from the politics. And so, for example, if Pretoria, and you know, I'm talking among friends, Pretoria was a success, but there wasn't the politics to accompany it. And so I think that's where we need to be. I'm getting to the end, Solomon, the Nigerians say, finally, finally. But I think let's not lose track of small wins. And again, Martin knows the story of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. There's now the Hormuz Initiative to try and get essential goods out. I think that we need to keep enough people alive, you know, while the peace talks, the complicated peace talks continue. I'll just close by saying that we should not despair. You know, we have many examples of successful African mediation, including on the global stage. I've given this story before, and I'll just close with it, that in 1964, the Soviets were supposed to be stripped of their voting rights in the UN General Assembly. They had not paid their dues, I think, for consecutive years. I think that's the rule, you can check. The chair of the General Assembly was Ghana. And Ghana came with an incredibly creative, you might say, African solution. And they said that for 1 year, because you know it would be very dramatic for a superpower to be stripped of voting rights, for 1 year there would be no vote in the General Assembly, and everything would be decided by consensus. So, you know, it's just a small example that Africa has quite a lot to offer, as we've had. You know, Alex Rondos likes to say that if you didn't have IGAD and you didn't have the AU, you'd need to invent them. But we do need to reinvent them. I'll stop there.
We need to make change. That's what Abdul said. Will we? We need to reinvent the multilateral institutions. And I can't help asking, who is going to lead? Where is the source of leadership going to come from? I think we haven't talked about leadership since this morning. And I would say that at the heart of some of the crises, and perhaps one of the profound factors for the crisis that we are diagnosing, is exactly the crisis of leadership. And I hope we will be able also to ask the question, how do we overcome the crisis of leadership? Because without leadership, it would be difficult for institutions to function. It would be difficult for mediation to deliver. Murithi Mutiga is the Africa Program Director of the International Crisis Group. I would now call on Jan Pospisil, researcher, Austrian Institute for International Affairs. Over to you, please.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for having me. I come to this from a research perspective, and I guess this is the contribution I can make to the discussion we had so far, to put a few empirical notes to that, and then do some reflection. But it comes a bit to I think the leadership is one element here. But what we heard so far was a lot of talk about architectures, coming back to coherence, and I think evidence points towards the direction, but also I would think reflections. I'm not entirely sure if these days come back. And I'm not entirely sure that architecture is really something in terms of mediation peacemaking that we should think moving forward. This confusion that we kind of see, the problems we are kind of seeing are going to remain. Though, and there was one intervention before which I found very interesting. Is it really a practical change, a change on the ground, or is it a change in perspective? And I think what we find now is both. And sometimes I feel, and this is especially when we come to the data element of it, we are mourning a past that has never happened, really. I'm working in a British-funded research program called Peace and Conflict Resolution Evidence Platform. And what we do there is collecting peace agreements and making sense of how these agreements develop, how they kind of interact, and how peace processes within these agreements look like. And we collected about, I think we have now at the moment 2,300 or so, and it's roughly 170 peace processes since 1990, which is our cutoff. And the interesting thing is that the ideal type and it was kind of reflected so far that the ideal type of a peace agreement is, or peace process is, we start with a ceasefire, mainly humanitarian, go to ceasefires, fighting stops, go to substantive negotiations, then go to comprehensive peace agreement, and then start with implementation. And what we find out in these 170 processes since 1990, it's not a single one that worked like that. So the only thing we know is that basically all the ideal type process structure that we are achieving in this kind of traditional architectural thinking is never going to happen and has never happened. This is, I think, the important thing here. And that's why I would invite, in a way, the current situation as actually a strong opportunity to reflect on some of the kind of truths that have been held, but were not necessarily reflecting realities. It gives us perhaps a chance to look more into what is actually going on and change practices in a way that reflect more this fragmentation. We had this term quite a lot, the fragmentation that is on the ground. I want to come very briefly to three empirical reflections and then make a suggestion. And based on that, I think the first one we discussed it a lot is about the fragmentation and conflict landscapes. We had the example of Sudan. We discussed this a lot before. And here there's a common kind of thing like the external actors, the proxy, almost as if Sudan would be a bit of a proxy conflict with external actors trying to be there, being very active. I think, and this is just one example, it's not the only one, especially in the wider Horn region, what we see conflicts regionalize. And it's not that you have external actors and internal actors, you have actors that are just there. These are regional conflicts per se. They are not national, international. This is, when you look into Sudan, who is active there, these are not, in a way, foreign, like compared to the 1950s, 60s, foreign actors that kind of hold their proxies. There is intrinsic, direct involvement. These conflicts, and you can say the same to an extent about Somalia and other places, are intrinsically regionalized, not necessarily internationalized, because there is another level here, but they are intrinsically regionalized, which contributes quite a lot to fragmentation, but is also a context for mediation that has to be taken into account. The second element, and this was quite a lot what we heard in the last panel, there's a fair point to be made. We also have in our program a database on mediation. Here the question is, who are the actors, what are the motivations and things? And of course, there was never mediation that was not interest-based and not transactional. It's always been there. Still, what we see, I think, is now mediation becoming a quite decisive tool in a quest for regional hegemony and regional power. We see this very much in all the efforts around the Horn, with the Gulf becoming very, very important in negotiations. Turkey positions itself like the same with Egypt, other places. We have mentioned Pakistan before in other areas. It is a tool where it's a very, this transactional element becomes not just transactional of what you get out immediately of this, but as a strategic tool in regional competition. And this means that it will be very unlikely that we have things like lead mediators, assigned roles, coherence. This is just not working in these conditions anymore, and that's where I would argue that the argument of architecture is not really fitting anymore. And then we have the third element, and that's peace agreements as such. And we heard the term comprehensive peace agreements before. When you look at it, and I just compared the numbers before, over the last 10 years, there were as many comprehensive peace agreements signed than between 2005 and 2007. So I would, and the ones from back then, which was in a way the CPA, for Sudan, Nepal, Philippines, were arguably, with a distance, quite a lot more impactful and successful than everything that happened after. Because when I speak about the last 10 years, I speak about the Juba Peace Agreement, I speak even about the DRC-Rwanda Agreement, so agreements that were not necessarily implemented or failed from the outset. This also points to something here also in terms of empirics. We probably have to say goodbye for good to the area of comprehensive peace agreements. This just might be over completely. And it correlates with a change in the whole UN peace architecture as well, because when you look at the comprehensive, these integrated UN missions, these big missions with, like, I think in South Sudan at the moment there are 17 civilian agencies plus 15,000 soldiers or so. This is also on its way out. So this model of the comprehensive agreement you implement and do is basically coming to its end. And here is the question how peacemaking looks like when these models are over. And then it might be something that is more permanent, more process-oriented. And this is something where regional organizations and leadership of regional organizations is important, because as IGAD now moves, it's interesting in how many ad hoc coalitions now IGAD is involved as are other multilaterals. There's no clear kind of architecture anymore. It's more something I would call an ecosystem, a permanent interaction, but also something where there is competition. And in a way, what is so bad about competition? I think that it's funny when you talk about mediation, often the common complaint is forum shopping. But to be fair, I'm not sure is forum shopping always so bad. Let people compete. You never know from the outset and from the plan, and this is something that comes from these empirics, what forum will be the one that is really bringing decisive progress in a process. So here, being more flexible, being open to ad hoc elements and accepting competition in mediation might be ways forward, because also in then, leadership develops in competition more than in planning. With this, thanks so much. Back to you.
So what's the problem with competition? Let the marketplace, the political marketplace thrive, right? Why not? Interesting idea. The floor is open. I will start with my dear friend, Khulud. Please.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to watch Marithi and Jan give us their thoughts. I wanted to ask about, I think one of the reasons why so many mediators feel so unmoored from the current mediation processes and see them as...
If you could introduce yourself.
My name is Khulud Khair. I'm a political analyst from Sudan. I think one of the reasons why mediators feel unmoored from the current state of mediation is that they are experiencing the same alienation that civil society actors have always experienced from mediation. And thank you, Jan, for pointing out that actually what we're seeing today is not fundamentally very different from before. And speaking of the alienation of civil society and civic actors, how do you see, given how brutally transactional things are today, and certainly how they appear to be, and I appreciate the distinction, Jan, how do you see that then taking shape? The inclusion of civil society voices in these very transactional processes, in these very state-to-state often led processes, in an era where the primacy of non-state actors, armed non-state actors, is giving rise to these sorts of state and pseudo-state dynamics that oftentimes are pushing away civil society actors that actually are the only ones who could probably guarantee any form of peace in the post-war era, particularly with state fragmentation in the state that it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Fuad Hikmet, a former advisor to the USR for the Horn, and now retired. I have a comment and a question. And to be honest, the challenge before us is not just simply like what mentioned is lack of leadership, but I think there is a deficit in mediation tools. And it is a deeper structural problem that we have here. And as we all stated before, that the environment in which we mediate have fundamentally changed in Africa, and especially in the Horn of Africa. Conflicts are increasingly shared by fragmented authority, etc., which has been mentioned before. That's why most of the recent peace agreements like South Sudan and Abuja, etc., despite the good intentions on producing agreements, stabilized violence temporarily, but then it relapsed and fell apart. And even this, I can talk about the CPA also failed and led to the fragmentation of the country. So mediation, I think, in my opinion, must move beyond the elite bargains. And it's been mentioned that it needs to be multi-layered processes, definitely, that connect the national negotiations with the subnational. But then I have a question here, and Maurice talks about an African solution, and giving the question about the legitimacy of multilateralism. In this context, then, I think we need to redefine what we mean by African ownership, an African solution, and African ownership. What do we mean about it? And I think it cannot remain as a slogan. It is extremely important that we raise these questions. And in my opinion, it requires clarity in roles and coherency in action. For example, between the Igad and the African Union, Igad and African Union and the United Nations, and as well as more disciplined approach of how to engage the external actors influencing the conflict, and even playing as a very significant role in the conflict itself. And also, we need to address a central dilemma that we have here. And again, you mentioned it, Maurice, the speed and the speed of responding to the conflict, that we need to stop the war versus the legitimacy. Of course, we cannot choose one over the other, but we need sequencing. So, and how do we do that? And I think when we discuss Sudan, we will try to discuss to see how we do that sequencing between what the Quad is proposing and what the Quintet endeavor to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to this side.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Ali Hassan. I have worked all my adult life for the UN, and I have spent a lot of time in Sudan and Darfur and South Sudan. So the issue that has been discussed is something that I reflected deeply in my sorrow. I was in Yala, South Darfur for 6 years. Immediately
after the war of 2003 when African Union was established. And I came to know some of the major players of the conflict in Sudan, personally. What has not been said in the conference so far, IGAD is not a four-letter unanimous name. It represents the flags of these countries. And with the breakdown of the international system now, the European Union is nowhere to be seen to help. They cannot help themselves. The GCC is nowhere to be seen. They cannot help themselves. So when we talk about IGAD, IGAD represents the flags of these nations. And the mediation that has been going on in Sudan, and something that has been a taboo in this meeting. Nobody spoke about the upcoming conflict and a major war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. Nobody spoke about it, how we are going to stop it, how we are going to mediate, how we are going to talk about it. Is the member countries. IGAD has to have 100% support of the member states through force, through political clout, through money, and to enforce what IGAD works on mediation and support. That's not there. That's not there. And unless that comes, whether we meet here or Berlin or London under the auspices of international support groups, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. IGAD has to take the responsibility. And there is another issue that nobody talks about. When you look at the conflict in Sudan, member states of IGAD are part of it. Some of the groups, the ones who are accused of genocide, are coming here, are coming to Uganda, are going to Addis Ababa, and moving around, and they are genociders in that conflict. So where is the mediation takes place? Where is it going to take us? Nothing. We have to live, exactly, we have to live with the consciousness we have that if we want to stop the war in Sudan, if we want to stop a war from happening between Ethiopia and Eritrea, the countries in the region have to take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the central question there is really where countries of member states of IGAD or the African Union are not politically, diplomatically, resource-wise, providing the necessary support and assuming the necessary responsibility. How do you go about creating the conditions that make the assumption of that responsibility, that makes the provision of that support, that makes the creation of collective consensus, which is the prerequisite for any collective action to happen? I think that is part of the challenge, that the question that we need to address. I think that is also what this convening is all about. Yes, please. And then I'll come to you, Vasu, I have noticed.
Thanks. My name is Joe Tucker, currently an analyst for a crisis group, but perhaps more relevant here, spent 10 years off and on, going back to 2009 for the State Department and the late USAID working on Sudan and South Sudan. I think one thing I wanted to mention, and like we all know this, but it's worth reiterating, is that I know we can't sort of go back to the way things were, but we can't throw out what came before. I had the pleasure back in 2010 to work with Abdul and the panel and many in this room on the Sudan-South Sudan negotiations, and a plug for the Mbeki Foundation summary report on lessons learned, which is useful in determining which ones may be salvageable or learnable from. I think a key one there is we can do more than two things at once as mediators, as long as we have the right staff and expertise. I think right now is hopefully an opportunity as the quintet gets more involved to do more than just talk about a humanitarian truce. And I just want to ask a question. I mean, I think I agree that the days of sort of comprehensive peace agreements are over, but I think there's a question of what's comprehensive enough. Sort of stealing a bit of what Fuad said is like, we know that there are internal, subnational, national issues that could threaten the death of a deal before it's even reached. And we know this, we've seen it in Sudan a long time. I think it's happening before our eyes. Inter-Arab issues in Darfur, issues we know a lot about in Kordofan, command and control on both sides. We know these issues very well, but a fear I have is that a focus on external actors and the two main belligerents, the personalities, masks that. So just want to throw out the question of like, what is not comprehensive enough to make something, whether it's a truce or a permanent ceasefire, actually viable? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vasu, if you kindly introduce yourself as well, please.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Vasu Gaundan from Accord. The topic for this session is reframing mediation, so I want to put a question to the two speakers. I have a concept of how mediation has been reframed, and let me put that proposition forward. I wanted to do it tomorrow morning when I was in that session, but I think it's more relevant here. I think the shift that we have seen is a fundamental shift with huge consequences for how we practice mediation. The shift is from peace through dialogue to peace through strength. What we practiced, all of us, or most of us in this room, for the last 3 decades was peace through dialogue. What characterizes peace through dialogue? Firstly, it was values driven. We all strive for certain values, democracy, human rights, etc., etc. And it was to be transformational. We wanted to transform. In our case, here on the continent, poverty, unemployment, inequality was to have been alleviated, if not eliminated. The currency for mediation through dialogue was gravitas, moral authority, and institutional legitimacy. So the people sitting in this room, whether it is Haile Mankarius or Nuruddin, Pekka, Martin, they all had gravitas. That's what allowed them to go and mediate. Institutional legitimacy, the UN, the AU, Igad, all of those institutions had legitimacy. That legitimacy came from a history, from what they did, what they practiced. And the moral authority, for example, if I take my own country, South Africa, having negotiated its way out of apartheid, had huge moral authority. And that's why you saw South Africa so involved in all of these mediations across Africa. And of course, it had the gravitas of Mandela. That shift to peace through strength, how is peace through strength characterized? It's not values driven, it's interest driven. It's not transformational, it's transactional. And the currency is not gravitas, moral authority, institutional legitimacy. It's military might, economic might, and it is what's coming, AI proficiency. That's the currency. No single African country today possesses the currency for peace through strength. None. No institution in Africa, not the AU, not IGAD, SADC, ECOWAS, ECAS, possesses the currency for peace through strength. That's the consequence. So our agency in mediation is now being eroded. The fundamental question is, how do we get back that agency? And we're in a huge geopolitical evolution
that is working against us getting back that agency? So these are fundamental questions with huge consequences, and that's what we need to address in these 2 days. Thank you.
Mediations through dialogue versus mediations through strength. Are they mutually exclusive? I would give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Belaish and then come to back to the speakers so that we will not stand between you and a much-deserved lunch. Ambassador Belaish.
Thank you, dear Solomon. I think that the multilateral mediation remains essential for legitimacy, sustainability, and coherence. It should provide a shared understanding, balanced external involvement, and humanitarian safeguards, and of course accountability mechanisms. To react to some previous comments, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, United Nations, and African Union have played pivotal role in mediating conflicts, concretely in Somalia. We are in the Horn of Africa, in Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan. Their interventions demonstrate clear strength, regional legitimacy, convening power, and African-led solutions, but also expose weakness, including institutional fragility, resource dependence, and political divisions. To meet the demands of today's complex conflict landscape, mediation doctrines must be renewed to ensure systematic, inclusive, and accountable approaches. Maybe we will talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Belaish. I'll be back to the speakers. The question about how do you bring civilians to the center, not just as a nice thing to have, but in the kind of context, such as in Sudan, where you have the belligerents, so to speak, are not actually the pathway for overcoming the death and destruction trap that Sudan is bound in. How do you do that? And then we have the question about additional conflict dynamics in the region, not just Sudan, but also between countries of the region. There was a mention that you made about earlier on with respect to Ethiopia and Somalia, but now in the context of Ethiopia, Eritrea. I think part of the question there was the issue of how do you bring about and what kind of hard work, coalition of actors and processes would actually bring back more responsibility, more commitment, and more support to the likes of IGAD and to the multilateral processes. Of course, political will and commitment is not something that drops from the sky. It has, as El Ghazim would say, to be created. How do you create that? I think that is part of the question that has been asked. And in a time of mediation through strength, how do you continue to bring back, as Vasu put it, agency? Basically, some of the features of mediation through dialogue. And then there was the question of how comprehensive is comprehensive. What is it that we can say we will not, at this point in time, achieve what we tried to achieve previously through comprehensive peace agreement. But does that mean that nothing out of that, you know, everything would be dropped out? And how comprehensive is comprehensive? So over to you. Who would like to start? Okay, you can start. Yes, please.
Let me start. Yeah, thanks so much for this question with inclusivity. Let me bring an example from a former boss, Christine Bell. She works in Edinburgh as professor of constitutional law, and she said once something very interesting to me. She said, you know what? She was involved in the Northern Ireland negotiations, and she said the main thing for me was never enter a room as a woman or woman representative. I come in as a constitutional expert. I come in as a peace process expert. I'm not coming in as a woman. And I think the big trap is this women and youth inclusion. This leads nowhere. This is a dead end from the beginning and a non-starter. You have, though, I think, the opportunities, and she would always raise the question of police reform in terms of the Northern Irish peace process, which wasn't a huge topic in all this, but it became, after very diligent civil society work in this area, one of the central pieces of what was then the Good Friday Agreement and then the peace process after. So I think that's something really to consider, and this is something also for process design, these women's tables and youth tables, and so I don't know why this is still there. It's paternalistic, we know it's wrong, and still happens. In terms of the comprehensive, I think the question is very interesting also because it goes also in a bit in the way of what can replace in a way comprehensive peace agreements, what comes after. And there is one term Roger McGuinty has played around with recently quite a bit, which is conflict disruption as a difference to something like conflict resolution, transformation. And here, and this is also something for I guess multilateral actors to consider, also thinking how can you approach conflicts from an angle that isn't getting stuck in trying to get a nationwide agreement in place. The problem here is that we did quite a lot of work on local peace processes, local peace agreements, and there was always the idealistic thinking, especially from our funders, that you do a lot of local peace agreements and they would add up to one big one then. And we know this is not the case. But there's still opportunities here. There had been, even in Sudan now, direct negotiations between SAF and RSF for very specific things, and sometimes mediated. There is a huge question what happened in Heglish when this pipeline thing happened not too long ago. I heard different stories about that, but there had been at least tacit agreements. There is always openings. Finding these openings, I think, is the challenge where we are. And it's probably a lot of smaller scale initiatives that will come instead of this one national level big thing.
Yeah, thanks. Fuad, I blame Solomon for cutting my time in half, so I wasn't nuanced at all. I really don't like the phrase African solutions. I only used it in the context of the UN General Assembly in 1964, which was a very creative, consensus-driven situation. But I think in our current context, we have to live in the world we live in. We obviously have to accept that some people will have leverage, but in the example I gave of the Great Lakes, the Americans made a deal for TV. It was just signed with no reference to the situation on the ground. But then they were open about it and said, we have no time for this, we are handing it over to the African Union. But then the African Union, I'm sorry to say, wasn't ready to step to the plate. You know, so it's that finding a middle ground, that there will be a space inevitably, potentially for the Africans. And, you know, I really also would caution against us on this part of the world blocking sometimes peace efforts. I'm not sure blocking is the right word, but undermining them simply because we want a label on them. I'll give you a story which I found quite sad. In the early days of the Sudan war, some Sudanese civil society wanted to invite the Security Council members to Port Sudan. And none of the members objected, but there were murmurs apparently, according to the Sudanese, from the African side, that this is an African issue, you know? I mean, that's not really acceptable. So I think it's finding that balance, but also being creative. So to Joe's question, yes, sometimes you won't get a comprehensive agreement, but you could get something like decentralization, which, many people in a conflict context probably will agree with. And once it's implemented, potentially if it's implemented the right way, sometimes it can be a de-escalatory, although of course it changes from place to place. To Basil's very interesting question, I'm sorry to report this, but I had from some friends that I wish that South Africa hadn't given up its nuclear weapons. That's the world we are now living in. And I saw Lula also making the same noises. We are living, obviously, in a very disordered world. The former Indian foreign minister used to call it a world between orders, and now he's changed it to a world of disorder. So we have to recognize that. So in terms of peace processes on the continent, I think that the major countries are all going through their own different challenges, but they can't give up that role. Many people here remember the Congo talks you mentioned with Mandela, but you have to be creative about leverage. South Sudan, nobody has been able to make any difference, and we had that example earlier, but maybe people need to go and have a candid conversation with Museveni, because he's the only one with actual leverage on the ground. So we just have to be a bit creative and, of course, resolve the problems internally. And then I agree, on civil society, eventually they'll have a role. And in Sudan, it's because of the complexity of the country that you can't really have the same Egypt model, which is based on a 20% riverine population. So in time they'll be there, but they need to be ready, they need to be more organized. But I would also add, maybe slightly controversially, to understand that civil society won't achieve everything it wants. And I think Myanmar was a very sad example where there was so much pressure from all sides on Aung San Suu Kyi. She was doing her best to find a compact with the military. That's the best that could be found. People wanted a pure solution on both sides, and like in Sudan, they ended up all being wrong.
Excellent. So part of where we started off is basically with a reflection from Dr. Workner, the foreign minister, and Ambassador Belaish, setting the scene with reflections about this moment and the kind of challenge that this moment presents to mediation. And of course, mediation operating in a certain setting. Mediation have been practiced on the basis of certain assumptions, on the basis of certain arrangements, and as Abdul put it, hegemonic framework, or as Paul said, the liberal peace framework. All of these are currently changing. But the power structure of the world itself is also shifting. As Martin said, the characters of the new mediation actors is a signifier of that shift as well. But also, one profound thing that was running through the earlier morning session and this one is basically the recognition that war is coming back and is being chosen, an instrument of choice. Instead of being a last resort, it is being actually put front and center. And what does, which speaks to the point that Vasu made about mediation with strength. What does that mean for the moment that we live in? And of course, the questions that have been asked about legitimacy, the questions that have been asked about the role of institutions and multilaterals, the questions that have been asked about the character of mediators. What kind of mediators do we need for this new time and situation that we are in? How can we make that change happen, as Abdul mentioned? And can we continue to seek for this change based on the kind of mindset that really continues to have a hold on our imagination. And how do we basically shake it off and really anchor ourselves on the realities of the world as it exists, but also as we would like it to be. Please join me in thanking the members of the panel, both Murithe and Jan, for their excellent presentation. I would like to sincerely thank each and every one of you who intervened and shared your rich experiences and posed probing questions, but also enabled us to have a lively reflection in the course of this morning. I would like to thank once again Your Excellency, Dr. Werkner, the entire team of IGAD, for really bringing this conversation together, even in a context in which you have opened yourself up for critique and for being at the center of some of the conversations, which is important to have and necessary to have. I think troubles and troublemaking, as long as it is necessary and good, is important. Let's make good troubles for a very troubled times. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful lunch. I'm trying to spot Hulud. So, ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session will build on the broader grounding framing of the morning session, and it would be a session that would be divided into two. The first part is on the changing nature of conflict, and then the second would be on lessons from African-led mediation. I would like to call to the podium the members of the panel for this session. That is Abdul Muhammad again, but I thought I saw Hulud now. So, Abdul, you can come. I'm facing the problem of the mediator of this era. You know?
I think Hulud is exercising power by keeping me standing alone. And without you, we couldn't start. That's a good, that is a good exercise of power. Abdul, I don't think that my good friend Itonde Koma is in town. I don't know what happened. It's not usual for Itonde to disappear without notice, but so it has, you know, in the light of the fact that people, I think let's continue with people with interest.
No more lunch.
Exactly. With people with interest, not with people with power who are absent. It has really been wonderful to moderate the morning session with very distinguished and excellent presentations, and also really enriching interventions, questions and reflections from the floor as well. I flew in early this morning, and I have kindly requested Abdul to excuse me for the rest of the day. And in that framework, I have asked Paul Simon Handy to step in and take us through the rest of the session. And Paul kindly agreed to that as a very good boss that he was for me. So I am really grateful for that. But how Paul handles the sessions is not my responsibility. Paul.
Thank you, Solomon, for putting it nicely that you actually ambushed me into this role. So I gladly accept it because I know there's no free lunch. I was wondering why I was invited here, so now I know. I was invited to do this. Yes, so you've introduced the speakers, so we attend to be a bit strict on time, so we are starting late. We might have to catch up on time. I will then, now that Itonde is not on the panel, we'll probably have a bit more time for Abdul's and Khulud's presentations. Our session is actually quite interesting because it's on warfare. And of course, every mediation has to reflect the type of conflict it is supposed to address. And the changing nature of conflicts obviously impacts on the objectives, the techniques, the approaches of mediation. So the organizers actually made our work quite easy by specifying the questions, the themes they would like the panelists to address. So I'll just repeat those questions. The first one is, how have wars evolved into fragmented systems? What role, that's the second question, do war economies play? You know that many protracted conflicts are fueled by the enormous interest that war economies produce, and therefore they fuel these, the dynamics of war. So what role do they play? Our panelists will elaborate on that. And why do traditional approaches to mediation struggle? And the last question, what does mediation look like without centralized authority? We spoke a lot during the morning session about the fact that looking or trying to achieve comprehensive peace agreements is probably less and less possible, meaning mediators now, because conflicts are generally fragmented, a collection of local interrelated systems, mediation has to follow that path and maybe also look for smaller victories at a local and regional levels. So maybe the dream of centralized authority in mediation processes is an old one. So we have about an hour now to discuss. So we'll give probably 15 minutes to each of our panelists, and then we'll come for a Q&A session. So we'll start with you, Khulud. So you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been given the unenviable job of waking you all up after a nice lunch, so lucky me. But I want to really focus on this issue that we've picked up on over the course of the day, which is this issue of fragmentation, but really trying to draw attention to the economic elements of it, because wars require financing, and so too does peace. But oftentimes when we think about actually what would it take to bring about a peace, the economic element is almost always missing, which means that sometimes we're not even asking the right questions around what it will take to, for example, get different parties to the table. But there's a question that was asked that's in your schedules that says, you know, why have wars evolved, particularly in this part of the world, into fragmented systems? And the reason I think is obvious for all of us who are from this region, as well as those of us who work in this region, which is that we've had such poor state formation in this part of the world in the first place, that we have really, really weak states that have all, to some degree, fragmented. Now, if you look at some of the youngest countries in this world, whether it's South Sudan or Eritrea before that, or who knows, maybe at some point, maybe Somaliland, they all come from this region. And I don't think that's an accident. And so when we think about, you know, what state formation leads to, it leads to poor compacts between governments and their people, which leads to disgruntlement and the rise of armed groups, which leads to wars of fragmentation that are fundamentally ethnicized. And if you look at many of the countries in this region, whether it's Sudan, South Sudan, Ethiopia, etc., almost every region, whether it's a formal governing entity or an informal governing entity, is ethnically run, or it's run under the guise of some kind of ethnic structure, which means that, and that for me is the quickest way, the easiest way for us to realize that actually we've never had this sense of a nation that has lasted, first of all, that has been rooted at the time that it was created, and secondly, that it has lasted enough to endure. So this is the situation that we're dealing with, and it's very different, I think. It makes this region unique when compared to other regions around the world that have similarly faced conflicts. But when it comes to the economy, or rather when it comes to the economy, we also see similar fragmentation. So I'm going to use Sudan as an example because it's an example. The government in the center, in Khartoum, controlled the main rents. Let's say for the longest time it was oil. If you are an armed group, ethnically based armed group or regionally based armed group, the only way for you to get access to those rents, to get a ministerial position, to get any hope of entering government, is to make peace with that centralized authority. Right? This is the sort of the political marketplace idea, that the center could buy off different armed groups, whether or not it dealt with their grievances, because it was the only arbiter of money and power. What we have in Sudan today is fragmentation to the extent where we don't have one market, but we have two. And so what we see, for example, is that there's one market that is mostly controlled by the Sudanese armed forces, and another that is mostly controlled by the rapid support forces. And they have very different ways of working, whether it's sort of, you know, the level of formality and informality within the different regions, whether we have seen, for example, the RSF really invest in the Sahel in Central Europe, whereas we have seen, Central Africa, whereas we have seen the SAF invest in the Arab region, very much mirroring their political perspectives, we have seen for the rise of different fiefdoms within these markets, but they all mostly gravitate around the poles of their central security guarantor, whether it's predominantly the SAF or the RSF. So today, if I'm an armed group, and I'm very much incentivized to become an armed group because there is no state, there are no formal structures, there's no formal economy, then my best way of getting a slice of the pie is to make sure that my militia is strong enough to be able to play within that marketplace, but I have an option. Either I sell my sword to the SAF or I sell my sword to the RSF. So actually the incentive today is not to make peace with the central authority. It is to keep the war going so that I, as a militia group, are able to access funds from one of the two main parties. So the entire system, economic system upon which Sudanese deal-making and peacemaking has been predicated since the CPA, but certainly since then, has completely vanished. What we're dealing with today in Sudan no longer is able to fit within the same peacemaking logic of before. If I'm an armed group and I want a ministerial position, I can get to a ministerial position in Port Sudan or I can get a ministerial position in Niala. Is it fictitious? Yes. Does it bring me real money? Yes. And so when we think about how do we make peace, then unifying those economies, unifying those markets becomes integral to how we shape a peace that actually is able to bring in as many people as possible. Now, how do you do that when there's political fragmentation as well? Which means that you need to have the political sort of route towards some kind of national entity, as well as an economic route, take place at the same time. Now, if we look at Igad systems, if we look at the UN systems, if we look at the AU systems, none of those systems, none of those principles for peacemaking really fundamentally engage with the economic aspect of it. None of them are able to give a different perspective or a different way of engaging economic actors or economic dynamics, and therefore whatever we come up with, frankly speaking, in the current context is going to be incomplete. And we have seen this elsewhere as well, but I think it definitely is worth saying that we are at a moment right now where we are facing a completely different animal, so to speak. I'm going to let you walk in, Dr. Hamdok. I forgive you for coming in late. No problem. So what that means is, unless we can come up with a political settlement that matches with an economic settlement, we're not going to get anywhere. What makes things more difficult is that we have the encroachment or the predations, however you want to see it, of international regional actors. I mean, no one has said the word Gulf today, which I find very interesting. But we know that there are Gulf actors that are behaving in a very predatory manner all across the Horn of Africa region. And they have chosen their markets too. They have chosen their supply lines, they have chosen their security guarantor. And what that means is it's going to be very difficult to look at a national level or even a Horn of Africa level settlement unless we also engage the, as we call them, external actors in terms of the economic aspects as well, not just the political incentives. Now, is there currently a system or a plan of action or a mediation stream that is able to bring in all of these things together, the political and the economic, across such different geographies? As far as I can tell, no. And this is a huge gap. What does this look like? What does this gap look like moving forward? It means that what we're going to see is the entrenchment of the fracturing of a place like Sudan, similarly also a place like South Sudan, where you also have these areas that have different markets, different economies. It's going to really, we're going to see the entrenchment really solidify, I think, which is, of course, in turn going to make it much more difficult to achieve the kind of unitary peace that we're thinking of. So we do one of two things. Either we really get to grips with the economic and the political and put them in conversation with each other, or we say we lean into the fragmentation and then just work with these actors in fundamentally different ways. Now, I don't think anybody in this room wants to see further fragmentation because almost always it has been violent. So I think we need to have a completely different way of engaging with the way things are. Now, when we think about, for example, supply lines related to the extraction of different resources, let's say, again, across Sudan, we see some level of cooperation. So somebody earlier mentioned that, for example, within the Sudanese context, you see some arrangement between the SAF and the RSF, with, who would have guessed South Sudan being the only actor potentially in the international sphere that has been able to get an agreement, tacit though it may be, unofficial, etc. But they've been the only ones to be able to get an agreement. So maybe when we think about what does the economic aspect bring to the table in terms of rethinking mediation, we need to think beyond just, the rich and powerful states that throw their weight around and don't really know what they're doing, looking at you, United States. Maybe we need to look to the South Sudans. Maybe we need to look at the other countries in the region that, yes, perhaps they don't have enough power. Our friend from Accord earlier said that no African country has the kind of wherewithal to be able to make an agreement stick. But maybe we need to rethink that. Maybe it's actually the ones with the most to lose, but the least to impose, that are actually able to bring about some kind of miniature agreement that may potentially translate alongside others to something more durable. So when we look at, for example, the question, and I'll finish with this, of why mediation has struggled to be able to move things forward, to gain traction, I think it's precisely this. We're not looking at this fulsomely. We're not looking at the economy chiefly. And because we're not really looking at what small actors can do, and we're only looking at what large actors can do, then I think we miss a trick. Now, just to really end, somebody mentioned earlier, the role of Igad, etc. I think, they are our hosts, so I will be kind, but as you know, I don't mince my words. I think that when the eulogy of multilateralism is written, I think we will have known that the cause of death of multilateralism was actually assisted suicide. Multilateral organizations do not empower themselves to get the job done, and member states do not empower multilateral organizations to get the job done. And that is something we really need to look at. It is no longer, I think, worth saying we need to get Igad, let's say, and the African Union on board. The question is, actually, how do we create the ability for them to do something? Yes, they exist, but they're not really functioning in the ways that we want them to. There's nothing more glaring, I think, or nothing that, to me, really brings this point home just above my shoulder, other shoulder. Amongst this very verdant and very lovely banner, you see a quite jarring red and white flag that really shows us, where some of this is coming from, what is enabling some of this. I wish we could see a flag from the Igad region. I wish we could see a flag from another African country, but we don't. So unless we invest in these systems that we purport to hold dear, we're not going to be able to get the kinds of ends that we would all like to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kholoud, for these quite emphatic points. And I think you hit the nail on very important points, starting with poor state building, that fragmentation is actually the result of, among others, of poor state building in the region. You were right in mentioning that the Horn of Africa is the only region in Africa where irredentism has actually led to successful secession. It has not happened in other regions of the continent, and it might, there might be a reason for that. And we see tendencies of further fragmentation, actually. So the history of the region is also embedded in that dynamic. So your idea of markets is also quite interesting because they are the fuel of fragmentation, and they perpetuate, in a way, what we see now, the dynamics of fracturing that you so aptly described and analyzed. You ended up with a reflection on Igad, which could be extended to many other regional organizations and the African Union as well, and calling upon member states to actually support. And I think other panelists mentioned that in the morning as well. Member states do not empower regional organizations that they created. The reasons are many, but In reality, those organizations don't perform as they should, but we don't have, I mean, one thing we hear a lot in climate change negotiations internationally is that there's no planet B. There too, we don't have B, we don't have second options. Igad in the Horn is the one we have, and we have to make it work. So that's why your points were very important. So now I'll give the floor to my friend Abdul, who will probably also touch upon the points, or at least some of the points raised by Khulud, and particularly the role of regional organizations in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, other colleague in Tonde was supposed to be the main speaker on this subject matter, but for some reason he hasn't showed up. I was hoping he will pop in this afternoon or something. But this is a subject matter that has really been preoccupying me, myself, and numerous conversation I've been having with colleagues, revolves around, do we really understand that the nature of war has changed dramatically in the past few years? Wars are getting more frequent, wars are getting more lethal, the choice of weapons have changed from AK-47 to drones. And people are being comfortable with war. There is no shock about war. As a matter of fact, the anticipation of war is much more casually welcomed than anticipation of peace. So when you put all of this, these are casual observations, day-to-day observation. You pick up a newspaper, you listen to this social media, when they discuss war, it is done with such callousness. One has to say that the elites of this region and beyond have really perfected the art of insulating themselves from the consequences of war. So war is what is happening outside the capital cities. War is what's happening to those remote regions. And even though it is waged by, where central governments do have a major role to play, but people have really, the elites have managed to make one of the most devastating war distant. And that really shocks me, it bothers me. And then globally, after Gaza, for me, the world is before Gaza and then after Gaza. And the consequences of what happened in Gaza started now fading. It used to have exercised all of us. It's fading. And now there is another war taking its place, and it is a comprehensive war. It is a war that the conceivers of this war thought it would be limited, how little they realized that there is no such a thing anymore about limited war, because you start a war, you have a great deal to say about starting a war. You have little to say on how it ends, because somebody else has a say in how that war that you have started ends. So when you put all of this together, I think people like us who have organized ourselves to do public goods, basically, peace is a public good. Stopping war is a public good. Diplomacy is a public good. People who are involved in public goods should really immerse themselves in the current wars. and what they mean. So it's within that context that I found this subject matter should be on the table, because we cannot meaningfully improve mediation unless we first confront honestly and rigorously the nature of the wars we are trying to mediate. And today, I submit to you that the simple but difficult proposition that the nature of war has fundamentally changed, both globally and it's reflected also regionally and within the country. Across Africa, and particularly in the Horn of Africa, conflict, I think most of you this morning when you spoke alluded to this fact, is no longer episodic, it is becoming a system. It's becoming more systemic. And historically, as you know, wars were largely state-centric. They involved organized armies, hierarchical organizations, command structures, and identifiable political objectives for waging a war. There is a political imperative that you are waging a war for, that you engage in war. Because your ultimate objective is political. And that was the old wars. But today, the structure that has an organized war with a political outcome is dissolving, and dissolving fast. Modern conflicts are characterized by fragmented constellations, as Khulud alluded to, of actors. There are plenty of actors that are generated by these wars: militias, paramilitaries, community forces, warlords, cross-border networks, and externally backed armed groups. And you can also see that these are hybrid actors. Simultaneously, I want to underline this, they are simultaneously political, economic, and sometimes criminal. So these actors are all these three things simultaneously. Today, I think somebody asked the executive secretary about, institutions like Igad are mandated, or their raison d'etre includes economic integration, people's integration, to overcome the fragmentation that we inherited from colonialism, to make sense of our fragmented economy, etc. Yes, the reasons that some of these these multilateral institutions were established was basically to achieve that. I submit to you that war is now actively disrupting these structures. They are disrupting these structures, and instead of economic integration in a formal sense, what we are witnessing is insecurity integration. What we are witnessing is a war economy integration. And as a result of that, making the basis for a formal economic integration, if not impossible, very difficult. So, command control is weakened within this structure. Accountability is diffused. There is no accountability. So, no single actor in this kind of environment, war environment, no single actor can deliver peace, even if they sign on it, because they are so fragmented. Okay. Equally important is the transformation in how wars are fought. I always say this, partly also to internalize really the arguments that we are in an era of a total war. The era of a total war means the means justify the end. Okay, the means justify the end means war crimes are inevitable, crimes against humanity are inevitable, and even genocide are inevitable. All right? These are the characteristics of a total war. Of course, the intensity of it will vary from country to country, from region to region, but essentially, total wars are the norm rather than the exception. Because a war is losing its political outcome. So war becomes an end in itself. As you know, traditional wars sought territory and state power. Today, conflicts are sustained by access to resources, to markets, to mobility corridors. War has become economically rational in this context. Just to make reference to Sudan and to what Khulud was saying, in the midst of this devastating war in the Sudan, I stand to be corrected, exports boomed in Sudan more than before the war, more than before the war. Livestock trade has increased tremendously. Gold trade has increased tremendously. In the midst of war, we can't have access for humanitarian corridors, but we have access for trade corridors. And you find Sudanese livestock in Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia. The same with gold, all the way to the Gulf countries, in the middle of war, which means that war has made economic activities profitable, but controlled by the logic of war. You know, war made so external actors are structurally now embedded into this war economy, into this war structure, financing, arming, and also influencing outcomes. Part of influencing outcomes is they decide whether there should be peace or the continuation of war. And mediation is no longer neutral. It becomes part of a contested geopolitical space as a result of this. War no longer ends as before. And this is really some hypothesis that we should really test, whether it is just a journalistic reading of the situation or a structurally embedded thing. War no longer ends as before. They persist. They don't only persist, they mutate. They don't only mutate, they recycle. And they don't only recycle, they don't end in an agreement or in some kind of an agreement. They actually end in giving birth to another war. Okay? Whether I'm dramatizing it or not, let's have a conversation about it. But so they produce conflict, ecologies, hybrid governance, fragmented hybrid governance, fragmented authorities, has been said, and economics built around violence. And mediation is struggling not because it lacks effort, but because it is misaligned with the reality of today, these new wars. And if it assumes coherent actors, our current mediation assumes coherent actors and political intent assumptions that no longer holds as a result of these new wars. Ceasefire without political horizon are not peace, they manage instability at best. And these days, under a transactional global mindset, ceasefire is celebrated as peace itself. Ceasefire is becoming an end in itself. And so they got politics out of any settlement. They purge politics out of any settlement. So the first duty of a mediator, therefore, today is the definition of the problem. This is one of the major lessons that we learned in mediating the Sudan conflict, and where President Mbeki was insisting, give me the definition of the problem. If we have the definition of a problem, then we can craft a political process that will make it possible to respond to this definition of the problem. And by the way, just this is anecdotal, when people talk about African solution to African problems, I think this concept has been bastardized, it has been misused, abused, etc. But the original intent of those who crafted this concept of African solution to African problem is for the Africans to define the political problem that is ailing this particular society. That is an African problem. You have the definition, then on the basis of that definition, you invite others to help you solve that problem. So, African solution to African problems means command the definition of the problem as an African definition. Otherwise, you will be trying to mediate the problem with somebody else's definition of the problem. Okay, so that's the meaning of that. So the first duty of the mediator is this: we must redefine mediation as a political, strategic, and systemic undertaking. I'll close with this. I come from a school of thought which I still subscribe to. It doesn't mean it has no problem, but it's still a useful fiction, which basically says mediation is essentially a political undertaking. You know, so to discharge your responsibility to this political definition of the problem, you have to be politically competent mediator. If you are not politically competent mediator, you will not be able to command neither the attention nor the respect of the entities you would like to mediate. So political competency is indispensable. So the question is how we understand these devastating consequences of war and see this, how this difficult task of adjusting ourselves starts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for reminding us the characteristics of contemporary wars. And, but also, I think what you did greatly is to show how mediation efforts today are misaligned to the realities on the ground. I like your point about mediation. I mean, the definition of the problem being the first point of mediation. In reality, we've seen many mediation efforts where you sometimes wonder what exactly is the problem that they are trying to solve, particularly in protracted conflicts where the conflict has become a whole ecosystem of its own. And very often, the belligerents, if you don't have a definition of the problem, they will define it for you, and never with the same aim, with the same ambition of ending the war, but rather to prolong it in a way. So, thanks also for reminding us what ASAP means. ASAP is actually the acronym of African Solution to African Problem. It doesn't look like that's the injunction that we hear, that African solution to African problem have to happen fast, but it's actually based on, it's more about defining the problems. African agency in defining the problems and looking for support to address that problem that has been defined by Africans. It's a nice way of looking at it, and thanks for refreshing our minds. You ended up with something maybe that we should also address in our discussions. It's about the competence of mediators. The question is really, who is a competent mediator? Mediation has at least two aspects. A political one, you mentioned it, of course, mediators, particularly main central mediators, have to have access, have to be respected people. Charisma can also play a role, but it doesn't end there. Mediation is actually a job. It's a profession. It's a very technical process as well. And very often we have one of those, not always the two dimensions of the process. If we only have technical savvy people, then in fact they will develop very technically sophisticated mediation processes that will actually, to quote the title of a book, where we see peace-killing politics. Yeah, John, I have to come back to that. when peace kills politics. But on the other side, we can also have mediation processes that are too heavy on having so-called charismatic actors with very little technical support. That also leads to nowhere. So I will open the floor for questions, inputs. We have time for some. Yes, I know that the levels of energy are a bit low, but yeah, I recognize you, sir.
Thank you very much once again, Nuruddin Sati, retired ambassador from Sudan, former UN SRSG. Yes, we should ask ourselves the question. We are talking about the changing nature of conflict. What happened? The conflicts are changing because societies themselves are changing. Societies and the social transformation, socio-economic transformation, has not been properly addressed or analyzed or understood in our various countries. If I take the example of Sudan, my own country, for example, for many decades, poverty in Sudan was not a problem. But with the changes that have taken place in recent decades, socioeconomic misery has replaced poverty. Social marginalization has been compounded by economic exclusion. The poorest region in Sudan are the most resource-rich in Sudan that have been depleted from their added value to be sent to the capital. It is not, a coincidence that South Sudan has seceded, and then we have problem in Darfur, in Blue Nile, and in the South Kordofan. These areas have been marginalized for so long. Some of our people in the center are saying there is no marginalization and denying that such marginalization. There have been accounted of, as I said earlier, of social exclusion and socio-economic misery compounded to that. So we need to address that. The writing was on the wall for so long. Whoever visited Khartoum a few years back, in a few years the population Khartoum has been compounded from 1 million to 12 million. And a kind of a belt of poverty has been there around the capital. But the politicians did not see what was going on. So what I'm saying, I agree with Khulud. We need to have a new outlook at what conflict is all about. We, for many years, have been writing about the crisis of identity. But we have seen it as a kind of only a psychological and social one. But now there is another facet to it. It's not only psychology, it's not only the human aspect of it, but it's also the socio-economic aspect of it. Areas have been depleted from their resources, and this sense of of exclusion has been compounded. That's why you have these problems. Mediators need to understand that. They have to be formed into this new kind of situation that exists in our countries. And I agree with it's no coincidence that, that the South Sudan has, we have been following this for so many years. It could have been avoided if there had been a more fair sharing of resources between North Sudan and South Sudan. The issue of the second point for me, what I call the mineralization of economies. Mineralization of the economies. Mineral resources, oil has a fragmented effect on societies, while as farming for so many years has this, this aspect of getting people together. Now people are going to gold areas, forgetting about their communities and going all over the place and in displacement and doing this kind of thing. These are the kind of issues that media should study. So that we come, the new race of mediators that I'm talking about are those who are aware of what's going on around them and how to confront these issues, analyze them and find solutions for them. Let me just end on an anecdote concerning to African solutions for African problems. In 1977, July, I attended the 14th OAU conference in Libreville with President Nemeri and Mansour Khalid. The late president of Omar Bongo, in his concluding remarks, in French, he said, in his concluding remarks, l'Afrique aux Africains. Je vous dis au revoir en disant l'Afrique aux Africains. I'm saying goodbye to you by saying Africa for Africans. Then he looks at the French delegation which was there. He said, comme a dit le président Giscard d'Estaing. He said, as said the President Giscard d'Estaing. So he was not able to assume his own thoughts. Have we evolved since that time? This is a question that I put on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other? Yes, Ambassador Belay, and then you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Je réagis immédiatement à ce que dit mon frère Sati, l'Afrique aux Africains. Et je réagis aussi vis-à-vis de ce qu'avait dit mon frère Abdul pour ce qui est de African Solution to African Problems. African Solution to African Problems is not only a slogan, but a value. A value that means, one, to appropriate your cause, your file, your national interest. Two, to define the nature of the conflict, and it was underlined by the panelists. Three, to engage in dialogue on the basis of the principle of inclusivity. What we are seeing on the ground, there is no engagement. But we are also facing challenges. First one is the fragmentation and the weakness of the stakeholders. Two, the option of the belligerents for war. That is another challenge. And three, to talk the truth, the competition, unfortunately, still at international level, despite of the progress made by the Quintet. The Quintet has reached a lot in coordination and harmonization. And four, the failure of the multilateralism. And fifth, the use in conflicts the new technology of drones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Yep, the gentleman behind.
Thank you very much. I'm Kulmi Mohammed, and I head Pekka's office, and I'm his principal political advisor. With advance apologies, because we have a meeting of site, I'm going to ask this question and then run out of the room. 3 questions, essentially. One, I'm not necessarily sure that the nature of the war has changed. I think if we had 19th century industrialists sitting in this room with us, they would have recognized many of the same themes around the competition for resources, territory, worldview clashes. I think perhaps the method of execution and the speed of these wars have changed, but in fact what we are seeing is a nativist sort of backtracking to actually what we have seen very much before, and I think that's helpful to conceive of that. I also wanted to ask the question regarding defining the problem on your own terms. The problem with defining the problem on your own terms is that it removes the idea of commonality. Because what we often are seeing in these conflicts is the competing narratives of the war within the civilians, within the belligerents, within the armed entities. And the idea of defining the problem is actually, could be also, I mean, it is a provocative question, but also to engender discussion there. Because what we need is a move towards commonalities rather than that. And I think, again, my reference earlier on to the 19th century, there's an English sort of philosopher, Jeremy Bentham, who was writing around that time. He emphasized the importance of utilitarianism, for example, the idea of maximum happiness for the maximum people in an outcome of an approach, but that requires the prioritization of action that are in fulfillment of that. And I think that is the basis of the commonalities of action. The third is I've always disliked the concept of African solutions for African problems. Because the reality is the problem is not African, therefore the solution is not African, and therefore the rightful maxim is rather African leadership for African problems. And African leadership for African problems, because that means that they must be contending with the solutions beyond their own territory as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You, madam, and then Prime Minister Hamdok.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Muigai. I worked actually at the Foreign Office. I was on the Kenya's mission to the UN in New York and on the Security Council during our tenure there between 2021 and 2022. And now I am with Martin Griffiths here today. I just want to allude to what Khulud was saying, and it was very good to hear sort of the missing piece here, which is the economic aspect, because of course, indeed, mediation is going past the political realm. And so I think what I would like sort of to hear today is that if African sort of led mediation is to be sort of more than just what it is in principle, how do we then reconcile that gap between normative ownership and sort of the material leverage still held by external actors today? And I think this is basically what you were saying. These are the economic incentives that external actors tend to have, particularly on the political process. And so what I think I'm asking, in essence, really is sort of what would it take sort of financially and politically for IGAD and for the AU to sort of shape the outcomes as opposed to just, being the convening authorities. I think it would be interesting to hear sort of, how their expertise is now shaping the outcomes that are very much so desired, especially in this corner of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think important question about shaping the outcomes. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Paul. I would like to follow from the excellent point made by my brother Nuruddin Sati, Ambassador Sati, on the socio-economic issues or ramifications of the war, which create all these mushrooming cities around, shanty towns around major cities like Khartoum and all that. These are the outcome of the wars and the victims of the war. But I think for our meeting today, we might need to look at the question of what sustained these conflicts. I do not believe wars are sustained by just the political grievances. It is actually rather sustained by the profitable war economies, gold, land, even taxation at checkpoints in active war situation. This is what sustained war economies. And I think I would like here to probably share with you years back, we had a discussion, Abdul, you remember this very well, with our brother Alex Dual, who put forward a theory of what, and as somebody who works so well in Sudan, particularly in Darfur, the issue of what explained the conflict there. And he came up with this, the political market economy explains this. Some of us, we told him, no, it's wrong. What explains it is the failure of development, maybe underdevelopment, all this. Reflecting on this, I think both are correct. The political market economy tells us there is incentive in sustaining this war. And I guess this should inform, and I would like the panel to reflect on this, the peace agreements, which would need to address resource governance, issues of anti-corruption, more than that, economic reform following any peace agreement. Because you will end up in a situation whereby if the military is, forget about those who are coming after the peace, the military is running the economy, controlling more than 30–40%. What are you telling the future of the country in terms of private enterprises, open economy, and all that? So I guess we could hear from you some reflection on this. Thank you very much.
Excellent. No, thanks, because that's also one of the most important points of this panel. What sustains wars? And in that specific case, the war in Sudan. Very interesting questions about African solutions and to African problems, to how regional organization can contribute to shape the outcomes. I'm coming to you, Vasu, no worries. Well, okay, you are not the only one. But then, three hands. These will be the last ones. We'll start with Vasu, then you, no, before you behind, to Sir Ambassador Hiroi. But Vasu first, and then you. We end with you.
No, Vasu Gandhan, Accord. Thank you very much, Paul Handy. It's hard to follow on an economist of note. Prime Minister Hamdok, he's an accomplished economist. I'm a lawyer, not an economist. But let me just say that I think if we look at the changing nature of conflict, it correlates with the changing nature of society. I have, as you know, sung this song many times, that when you look at the kind of first defining period of 1990 with the collapse, 89 collapse of the Soviet Union, and then the ushering in of a unipolar system in the world, and then coinciding with the pressure on African states, etc., rightly so, to move from one-party states to multi-party democracy. And at that time, we were not completely ready for competitive politics on the continent. Hence, a lot of those intrastate conflicts, and then we all were put on a steep learning curve to try to resolve these conflicts. But they occurred also in a particular global environment at the time, where we were building normative frameworks, whether that was in the United Nations, African Union, etc., normative frameworks that would govern how we begin to see our societies. Now, whether those rules applied fairly to everybody, we know now that Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, in his famous speech now said that those rules, they know themselves that didn't apply fairly to everybody. But be that as it may, there were these normative rules that were structured that in some ways got even the protagonist in this political economy of war, where, because it's always been there. There have always been these incentives. I mean, we know we've been in these mediations, whether it's the DRC, Burundi, etc. Nuruddin, you will remember, they were given incentives. The protagonists were given incentives to come to the table, to sign agreements, all of that. So that is not new. What is new is the erosion of those global norms on the one hand. So there isn't the guardrails, even for protagonists. And today states are also protagonists, not just armed groups on the other side. So there are no guardrails anymore on the one hand. And secondly, you have an enabling environment. So this transactional environment is enabling while the guardrails have been taken off. It's a dangerous, dangerous time for us on the continent, because now it becomes extremely difficult to bring protagonists to the table who are controlling sections of land and minerals. They're taxing it, as the Prime Minister said, and it's very difficult to know how to arrest that situation. To conclude on that, to complicate all of that, our development on the continent has not kept speed with our population growth and our rate of urbanization. And that is now the boiling pot that we are sitting with.
Thanks a lot, Vasu, for also bringing these structural dimension of our societies. Ambassador here. Yeah, you raise your hand, yeah? Okay. Oops. Maybe your mic.
Thank you, Paul. Just a few points related to earlier what was presented by Abdul relating to the statement that mediation, today's mediation, is misaligned with the kind of wars that we're having today. It was indicated that the mediation is misaligned with the kind of wars we're having today. I think we need to define this a bit more further, because in the past we had conflicts in Sudan, in South Sudan, in Somalia, and so on. And the resolution of these conflicts, the mediation, was IGAD-led, AU-backed, United Nations Security Council endorsed. It had friends, it has partners attached to it. So what is lacking? What is lacking in that mediation setup? If you've got IGAD, if you've got the EU, if you've got the United Nations Security Council, and if you've got the partners who are keen on resolving that, what is it that is lacking? Is it what's lacking, or is it that we're referring to the composition of the actors in the conflict? That's different now. The composition in the actors to the conflict, or also the composition of the actors involved in the mediation. Is this what we really need to resolve? I think we need to go a bit deeper into that to get some clarity on it. As far as African solutions to African problems, that Africans need to define the conflict, I think is perfect. And I think it's the most natural thing to do as neighbors and as countries which are facing similar conditions. It is up to them to really define the problem of their neighbor. But not only just to define the problem, but also to identify the solution as well, to identify the outcome, the end game, and the international community to involve itself, as it has done in the past, and maybe even in a more profound way now, in the resolution of that conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then the last question, the gentleman behind.
Yeah, thank you. There is a lot of being said. Is it working? Yeah, there is a lot being said about Sudan, but one thing maybe worth to mention it is that part of the problem is that since the independence, that all the governments or any all the authorities actually, they tried to use the state to build the Sudanese nation state rather than the other way around. And this, of course, as part of the root problem, that it caused serious grievances that now questions the legitimacy of the Sudanese state. And the conflict is so fragmented conflict, divisions everywhere, from the political to the lowest level of society, that there is a serious fragmentation that actually threatens the legitimacy of the Sudanese state itself. Now, if that is the situation, and if we look into now the mediation, can the mediation assumes a role or to engage in a state-building endeavor? It is not about a ceasefire or a political process, because basically the Sudanese need to go back to the drawing board to save the legitimacy of the state, the unity of the state. And that's, it cannot be a simple mediated process. It requires more than that. So my question is, can mediation in this context address the issue of the missing part, which is the Sudanese need to build the pillars for their nation? Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds to me as if it is the old dream of comprehensive peace agreements that you are looking for. Is it feasible? But maybe our panelists have clues about it. I know there are other questions, but I also very mindful of time. I will ask our panelists, I will give our panelists each 5 minutes to wrap up. You don't need to answer all questions. Many of those were inputs, actually. So in 5 minutes, we can make your inputs. Yeah, we have, so we start with you, of course.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. I think that, look, war works, okay? I think that's why we continue to have them. Because if you want something and you have the means to prosecute a war, the war will, to some degree, get you what you want, right? And especially in a place like Sudan, where because no one entity, whether it's the government or state entity or any group that it fights, whether a rebel group or a militia, has the ability to beat the other, eventually they both sort of split the pie and get what they want. And there's very little cost to doing so. Millions of people are displaced. It doesn't really matter. Thousands of, hundreds of thousands of people have died. Historically, that also hasn't mattered. It's all the price of doing business. And war is a business, especially in a place like Sudan. Actually, the norm in Sudan is war. It isn't peace. And so when we think about, you know, the ability to very quickly rush into war, one, impunity plays a role. No one has ever been properly prosecuted for waging a war. And two, you know, again, war works. So unless we flip that formula on its head, I don't think we're going to be able to lay the foundations for anything that's peaceful. And to Fuad's question, I don't think today's mediation is equipped or even willing to engage in the state-building agenda. There's not been a single political entity or national entity or diplomatic entity that I have spoken to in the past 3 years that has even floated this as a possibility, let alone thought about how to make it happen. That includes the United Nations, that includes places like the United States, European countries, the EU, Igad, the AU, you name it. The full alphabet soup of the international system is not interested in peace, in state building in that way. So I think the question then becomes, well, what can we do? Right? Because it is going to be up to us, and actually that's an opportunity. You know, the sort of cookie cutter peace agreements that we used to have before, up to and including the Juba peace agreement of just 6 years ago, that is a thing of the past, and thank God, because remember how every single one of those peace agreements from the CPA onwards led us to another conflict? Those agreements didn't work for us. Remember how civic actors were nowhere to be seen in those peace agreements? Fine, we'll take this as an opportunity perhaps to do something differently. But I think we need to take the reins on this. It's not going to be simply given to us. And when it comes to the legitimacy question, which I think here is very, very important, I think, you know, to Dr. Sati's question, this war is very unique in Sudan's history, but only because it follows directly from a revolution. And so the political awakening that we have had just before this war means that actually SAF and RSF need to fight for hearts and minds. This is not just a case of, leave it to us, we'll see how it goes, and just sort of bear with us. At every stage, each of them has really made a plea to the hearts and minds of people. It's now April. A few weeks ago, it was the anniversary of the fall of Bashir. Both SAF and the RSF made claims that they were somehow, very happy about this, and in fact, very much pushing for the revolution and very much behind the revolution, when they were the very ones who undermined it at various points, most notably in 2021. And that is because they know that that is the only political card they have to play. What else are they going to play? Ethnic division? Doesn't work as well. I mean, it works very well, but it doesn't really, the optics aren't very good. What else are they going to play? People have no schools, no hospitals, no security. There's nothing really that makes this war worthwhile. So you have to say, well, we're doing it for the revolution. So given that's the only political card to play, I am shocked and astounded and deeply frustrated that that is not something that is recognized as a key pillar of what comes next. People want a civilian democratic Sudan, and yet every single peace agreement or peace process that we have seen does not necessarily translate to that. So not only are we not doing state building, we're not even doing peace building properly. And when it comes to, sort of what works politically right now and also economically, you either join a militia, very profitable, but dangerous. You either invest in artisanal gold mining, not so profitable, very dangerous. Or you try and eke out some kind of agricultural production, not so profitable, relatively dangerous. The options are very, very slim. Out of the three, the only profitable one is joining a militia. And so when we look at the kind of marketplaces that I've described earlier, the fact that we now have two, and to Dr. Hamdok's question, the difference between the political marketplace and what I call the military marketplace, which is what we have today, is that you have two of them, not just one, and the two sides are reasonably symmetrical. It's not like the war between the government of Sudan and the SPLM. The SPLM was an impoverished entity compared to the RSF. The RSF is $1 billion transnational enterprise. They are very able and very capable of providing the financial incentives for people to join them. Sometimes they don't make the right offer. A few days ago, one of their senior commanders defected to the SAF. SAF made him a different offer, a better offer. It's a seller's market. If you make a militia today, you have your pick. You are able to make money precisely because there are two distinct, for now, marketplaces that allow you to play the game as you want. We couldn't be further from a political settlement today precisely because of this. And so when we think about, I'm not going to answer every question, but when we think about how we look at, for example, Stephanie's question, which really gets to the heart of, well, then what does the solution look like? If we're actually looking at, two very sort of distinct entities with reasonably distinct entities, they're not that distinct, but they're certainly two different war economies, then how do we get a peace that's actually binding? Well, that's a question that can be asked for the rest of the Igad region as well, right? So how do we get a sense of self-reliance, self-sustainability within the Igad system? So that, for example, we don't have lines longer than several streets in Ethiopia waiting for fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, that we are able to be reasonably self-sufficient in an area like Igad, which has access to natural gas, petroleum, etc. But we can't even get our own acts together within our own countries, let alone within a region that has so many different member states. So I think the solution is very much internal, but we have become, in this region, very adept at externalizing all of our problems, right? It's Europe's fault. It's the Gulf's fault. It's the fault of political leaders far and away. A lot of that is true, but unless we sort of try and figure out how we get people on the ground who may have better solutions, these elusive African solutions that I've never really encountered, I have to say. It might be a generational thing. I've never encountered an African solution to an African problem. I wouldn't even know what it looks like if it hit me in the face. And so I think what we need to know is actually which Africans are we talking about? I'd love to see an African solution from someone who isn't, sort of sitting on a throne. I'd like to see an African solution from a farmer somewhere. I'm pretty sure they have better solutions than a lot of heads of states that we have in this region. And so when we think, we need to rethink a lot of the kinds of things that we really hold on to. And we're holding on to these things because of the insecurity that we're living through. We must have multilateral institutions. We must have peace agreements that do state building. We must have, good relationships with different countries very far away from this region. I mean, that's fine, but we can also do it ourselves. And unless we start to have serious conversations about what that looks like, we're always going to be at the mercy of other people that frankly don't care about us. Sudan has shown that very well. The world does not care about Sudan. It's the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world. It's the biggest displacement crisis in the world. It's the biggest sexual violence crisis in the world. And it's the biggest hunger crisis in the world. And no one gives a damn. So unless we actually put forward our own agendas and create the spaces where those agendas are actually able to hold and gain traction, we're not going to get anywhere.
Thank you so much, Khulud. Now over to Abdul.
Well, so many questions and no time to, not to respond, but to just explore, interrogate more. I was struck by the young person here who talked about the nature of war has not changed. I think he left the room. I would have loved to respond to that notion. Statistics speaks for itself from way back. In the First World War, the civilian casualty versus the combatants was very little, 20 to 80%, or 80% or so were combatants, and 20% were civilians. In the Second World War, that went up almost 50-50. That is what generated all of these international laws to regulate war itself. So the Geneva Conventions were basically in response to these consequences of war. And all of these institutions were established. Even if war becomes inevitable, there is a rule of law that should regulate it. You know? So the 1997 amendment to the Geneva Convention was basically partly in response to the emergence of civil wars and the high proportion of civilian casualties. Now, where is the army that is dying? It's civilians. In Gaza, children. In the many battlefields of Africa, the casualties are disproportionately civilians, women, and children. This is well documented. And you cannot wish that away by saying, war is war, it has always been like this. No. No, the way it is conducted now need to be interrogated. As a matter of fact, today, the war has many instruments to empower it. The social media, which conduct the demonization. The social media, the platform that conducts the propaganda, the mobilization for it, for total war. You know. So how can we say war is war? This actually reflects what my fundamental challenge to me is, how the elites are insulated from it. The elites are mobilizing or are controlling the social media, and the consequence of that polarization, that the social media, that venom, that poison, they just throughout the society, is actually unraveling the social fabric of a society, which will make governance in the future almost impossible. What are you going to build your governance structure on? So this casual attitude towards war should bother us. You know, there is this Western notion, which may be true for those who know Western history well. There is a scholar that's very well respected, and we all studied, you know, his works, called Charles Tilly. One of his theses is, war makes the state, and the state makes war. And they use that to rationalize war. But in Africa, war kills the state, destroys the fabric of the society. You know, so this artificial, injection into this, is very dangerous. I wish that the consequences of the war that is happening creates an anti-war peace movement. I wish it does. Because if there was a very strong anti-war movement, it will definitely impact mediation. It will legitimize mediation in the eyes of people. That's why anti-war today is not simply to be anti-violence. It is to understand it, the war, to expose its logic, and more importantly, to refuse its normalization. That this is normal. Europe has gone through that history. This is obscene. You know, and I think just to close what I want to say. By the way, this African solution to African problems, if you are really interested, if its background, how it was conceived, how it was debated, it's captured in NEPA documents. Okay, read NEPA documents. In NEPA documents, you could see why these issues were debated, etc. For me, that period was the golden period in Africa. You know, there were responsible leaders who were able to provide leadership, who empowered the multilateral institutions like the AU to transit from the OAU to the AU with all of the constitutive acts, etc., etc. Those leaders are not there anymore. But they left a legacy behind that need to be looked into. You know, so that's where you find that thing. And let me say the last thing is, look, this Iran war, the current war, just listen to the social media and the debates around it. It's creating new vocabulary to understand it, because all vocabulary are not explaining it. You know, how come? With all of this bombing, with all of this arsenal at the disposal of two of the most powerful countries, Israel and America, there is such a thing as Iran is still resisting. They are redefining what victory means. They are redefining asymmetric war. They are redefining the importance of geography in war. So even this one war is creating a number of vocabularies to understand it, to try to make sense out of it. So our wars require that kind of a vocabulary to explain, you know, what's happening to us. And this is really a discipline. I would have said more about how mobilization for war these days are taking place. And Sudan is a good example, and neighboring countries are a good example. And we see how the culture of war is institutionalizing itself, almost irreversible. So that's why I think we should take it seriously. We should really interrogate this issue seriously. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for those words, which also end this panel. I would just like to conclude with two remarks. The first one, and these remarks came to my mind when we were linking wars to the process of state building, actually. African states are actually quite young. They are very young in the bigger scheme of history. I mean, modern African states. There have been states before colonization. But 60, whatever, less than 70 years for state building, that is a footnote in history. So these are young states. And state building has, and our European friends in the room know that very well, state building is very rarely peaceful. It is the confrontation of orders, and generally helped with military means. So in a way, Africa is not innovating. State building is not linear in Africa. It's a bit brutal, but it is how states have been built elsewhere as well. So I'm not saying that's great, but I'm saying that's how it happens. If you want to continue to live in those constructs of states, building them is never peaceful. The second remark is, you know, we like to say generally in Africa that our borders, our state borders were imposed. Well, all state borders are generally imposed. They are political. Border drawing is also not an artistic exercise. It's actually generally the result sometimes of wars, sometimes of negotiation. There's not such a thing like a natural border. All borders are political. So borders are generally imposed by either a state, by a negotiation, by an actor. In Africa, it happened to be external actors, but the very fact that it could have been internal actors, but borders, state borders, are generally not drawn. They are not a nice painting. They are generally the result of a political process and sometimes of coercion. I will leave it at that. Thank our panelists for very, very insightful inputs, which raise more questions actually than give answers, but I think that's the aim of this exercise. So we're now going to go for a small break. Or, no, we continue, right? Or what do the organizers say? How long? 10 minutes? 10 minutes off. So we come back at 10 past. 10 past 4. Thank you.
sir. Excellencies, I think today in the morning we used some of our times because of the opening session and the photo session. By tomorrow, we start exactly at 9 a.m. Now you are released to take a rest and enjoy your time. Good night. No more section today.